to give it to Justin first to say, do you think there's anything you would have tried to ask maybe as you're like interrupting this weird meeting with the Brotherhood of Tollus? Um, is there anything that you can like offhand think that you might want to have asked? I feel like it's a little bit much to give you that chance, but I'm also tempted to then ask Chris, do you think that meeting just ends and everybody kind of like pieces out and we would pick up, a week later the next time you guys get to see Neferndel or what have you? Does it sound good? Do either of you want that time to kind of be back in time and still at that meeting?
I feel like we don't have a whole lot of background, and Dalton would be he wouldn't want to risk like saying something that might like he's not sure if Neferndel is trying to like infiltrate this group, like while she's using a different name. So I think, and given like kind of we just stumbled on here, we don't have a whole lot of background. I don't think Dalton would be particularly um, asking too many questions at this point. Be more like something like, let's just get through the meeting, and then maybe we can find out later. If we can find out anything more about what's going on.
Gotcha. How do you feel, Chris?
I feel Gale will be the same. Like, get us out of here now, and like talk to Neferndel later. See what's going on.
Sounds good. So initially, I felt like that attitude that Chris just kind of put there, like talk to Neferndel later, get out of here now, seems a lot like how Justin was playing Jinx and how Chris was playing Gale last week, where Neferndel being shady and like angsty was more like what's going on than necessarily like, hey, we should sit Neff down and actually like have a talk with her. I don't think it ever really crossed there. I like had to like poke at it at one point. Like, do you guys actually want to confront her and talk about this, or are you just gonna go after the meeting place? And that's where it was like, no, let's go to the meeting place and not talk to her. So that was like a choice previously, and I feel like it sits well with the idea that that meeting comes to a close. You guys, um, the like coughs and chirps at her being named Curafin definitely brought back some of the potential that she's infiltrating it. And I think it also gave both Gale and Jinx the idea to not give their real names when they were like pricked. I don't think they would have necessarily known it was like a truth serum. But I did at some point say to Jinx, like, you would recognize the authority which this person is asking these questions that they expect that they've effectively cast like command on you. So just having familiar magic, and I think Dalton, I'm not sure if you have like command or any like magical influence like charms like that, but at very least a bard, it's part of your spell list. You should have some familiarity and you would have that same level of knowledge. Like the way that person was talking, they kind of expected like any walls to have dropped that they were getting like truth from you. So I think that's one of those things that you guys could like wonder, but effectively they gave false names here. Um, so you guys might have left this meeting now as prospective cultists yourselves. Neferndel has joined the cult. I'm gonna go ahead and say everybody's cautious enough that you all go your separate ways and perhaps meet back up at the Goblin House, but effectively you don't like just walk out of there as a group of four when everybody else kind of splits. We'll just go with the idea that you kind of like split up, head back to wherever you're going, and go about your days as normal. So I think that covers where we've been, but that doesn't change that necessarily Dalton might have some kind of downtime activities that you would might have wanted to accomplish. Basically between the start of the Pythonese house like 6 or 7 weeks ago and now. Do you have anything in mind that Dalton needed to accomplish downtime wise?
Well, I think probably the first week or so he'd just be recuperating from the use of the key. It would take him a
Yeah.
while to
Do you
recover
keep
from
the
that.
key on you?
Um, I think once we get back to if we can get back to the Goblin House, he's going to try and find a place to hide it, like unless well, not Malchin, I guess now like Gale or Jinx or someone um, you know has another idea, but he would probably not want to keep carrying excuse me, yeah, carrying it around. Um, maybe
Yeah, it's one of those things too. You guys are creative enough, like maybe you take the time to actually like hollow out a brick and replace a brick in the house in like the cellar that you can kind of hide the key in. But if you have it in mind to take the key off of you, I think everybody was pretty close to recognizing that you could have like basically dodged some of that exhaustion just by not holding the key any longer. But yeah, as soon as you like let go of the key kind of thing, and it's no longer properly on your person, one of those levels of exhaustion goes away. I think holding the key, possessing the key is always one level of exhaustion. So it would just be 3 days otherwise for you to recover the rest of the way.
right, because I think like when we first found the key, I think Malchin had it first, and he felt that exhaustion, and then when Dalton took it from him, Malchin seemed to recover. So we know that at least some of the exhaustion was from just having it, and then obviously the rest came on using it. But yeah, I think he'd take some time and try to find it, because obviously we don't want to risk having the key stolen. And he'd probably try and do it like when there weren't a bunch of goblins around. Um, but yeah, trying to find a
Those
good
goblins
hiding
are,
spot.
you can be as paranoid as you'd like about those goblins, but those goblins are effectively your crew. They are 100% possible adventurers. Anybody you guys like bring in on here are not necessarily things that I'm going to like screw you over with by being surprised they're no longer a friendly NPC. They've now stolen all of your goods. Um, you know what? I think you guys like spared like 9 goblins. So just like Terry Chin is effectively a named goblin sidekick, you guys could name the other 8. Then they're your characters. Um, but I understand still if you want to be paranoid about the goblins. But yeah, your safe house is a safe house.
Yeah, it was almost more like you don't tell somebody to almost to protect them, so that if like if they got captured, they couldn't give up information they don't have, kind of thing.
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Plausible deniability.
Exactly. Yeah. So okay, so after recovering for a few days, he'd probably spend some time maybe going and gambling, either with Jinx or kind of on his own, just trying to like blow off some steam from the kind of the horrors of the Pythoness house. Um,
Gotcha. I mean, so far we've just been gambling kind of as a D20 game, and it's been pretty straight up, like just a roll to see who wins D20 versus D20, and then you roll a percentile. Like if you lost, that percentile is what you lost of your bet. If you won, that percentile is what you won over your bet. Does that sound good? Do you want to play a few rounds of that?
yeah, that's nice and simple, straightforward. So yeah.
Um, Yeah, I've thought about whether I can do like a double or nothing function to it, but just because that's what I had Justin playing last week, I would say let's just go ahead with that. So if you want, do you have a amount in mind that you wanted to gamble with?
Yeah. I mean, I guess he also would have. I can tally this up later, but he would have sold some of the loot. Another kind of. But I'll say maybe like 50 gold.
Gotcha. So yeah, just roll a d20 to see win or lose. I got an 18. So just
Uh,
roll a d100 to see what percentage of that 50 you lost.
51%.
So just say 25 gold.
Sure.
Um, and yeah, I mean, if you wanted to sell stuff before you go ahead, in general, I would say that's like approximately like a week's worth of gambling. So you might have been coming up and going down and coming up and going down, effectively like a week of gambling. You come out just about even at losing 25 gold. What do you have in mind that you want to sell?
So he's got there was the gold, some of the gold jewelry, like the bangles or whatever, from the um like the brothel ones.
Hmm.
And then he's got two of those small rubies from the chandelier. So probably that's what he would be selling. Um he he's got an emerald studded gold ring that he might keep that and just sell the other ones for now. So
Well,
I
you
haven't.
might understand that Maydrett's Oddities is certainly a easy place to go to within Delver Square, and if you'd allow me to look over these items, I could make an offer for you. Um, are you looking to sell them immediately today, where you would just want my offer? Would you like to take time and perhaps commission a sale?
Well, given the all the history around where this came from, I imagine there might be some collectors out there who it might be worth a bit more to them. So I think the if we can maybe tell a little story, maybe get the word out and try and commission a sale. I'm not in any immediate need, so if we get a bit of a better price, I'm willing to wait a bit.
It's not often that items have a story to go along with their finding. Can I assume these are not from the Bane Warrens then? Have you. Would you care to share the story with me? Um, and this is just to remind you, like, most of what Madrith ever deals with is coming from underground. This is stuff that delvers are finding beneath the city. When you bring in jewelry, she just assumes this is more stuff from below. If you want to tell the story of the Pythonese house, if you want to share that, that's perfectly fine. But it's different than letting her assume they're coming from underground.
And now that I think about it, we might not want to let too many people know what went down there, given we might have released some bad stuff.
Gotcha. Because, yeah, the Hydra was definitely chasing you guys out of there. The ground was 100% shaking pretty much through most of that. And depending on how we kind of time things, you definitely know that the Hydra was still fighting its way through the earth, and weird stuff is happening in Old Town. Besides that, you and Jinx got away kind of scot free, but Malchin definitely walked away with the threat that we will find you. We will gain our items. When you have your second thought about sharing the story to Maedrith, I think it is a very safe bet to kind of like catch yourself and maybe not share the story of where these came from.
Yeah, it's like, you know what? On second thought, it's not that interesting to me, I suppose. But why don't we just go ahead and sell them? There's plenty more down there.
So let me get a charm, persuasion, pretty much charisma. You could do. I feel like you've got persuasion. Yeah, I see persuasion there.
Yep. All right, be a 29 total.
Solid. So yeah, roll a D100.
44.
So yeah, I would say. Damn, I wish I knew what he had said for him. I feel like when he was successful, because it was so high, I gave him a stupid high percentile. Um, and I don't remember whether I gave him basically 100% plus the 44, or if I gave him 200% plus, the 44, like how you rolled it. So I'm sorry about that, but I'm tempted to just say the 100% of the value is marked plus 44.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
So
200 plus that would be quite a
yeah,
bit.
if they're worth 1,000, you basically make 1,444 gold. But basically 40, you get 144% of their face value that I gave you. I feel like because of bards that I might have said you could have the 244%, but I just don't remember offhand, and all of this stuff's on the fly. I don't think gold matters. So in the long run, I think that's a safe way to go there.
Yeah, and assuming he's going to resell it, I feel like 244% is going to eat into his profit margins a bit too much.
Oh yeah, don't worry about Majors. Majors has a monopoly on selling used magical items inside of the city that is protected by the inverted pyramid, not letting anybody sell magical items. I assure you, Madrith is doing quite well for herself. Would you like to gamble anymore?
So it was
Now that
about
you have some,
it was about a month, right, between
I think you're.
sorry, go ahead.
My bad. I started coughing. I think you're looking at 6 or 7 weeks ago. We went back there, so I don't think there's any worry about how much you want to gamble.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, let's say so he's able to get about 400 for that. So let's say he's going to go gambling again, and kind of over the course of another week or two, he'll gamble another 100 gold.
Gotcha. So if you'll roll a d20, should be a solid win.
Yeah,
And then roll
13,
a d100.
but just 11 there.
Yeah, so 111 gold is your takeaway.
All right. And then other than that, he would be going along on the research missions. He's going to do some regular shopping. He wants to like replace the hand crossbow that he had broken apart, and then just kind of mundane stuff like that. But I don't have any other big downtime things for him to be doing.
Gotcha. Yeah, so inside of Delver Square, you could go to, I think the Bull in the Bush is the armor, and then I think there's the Lions is the weapon maker. Raster's weapons, 4 weapons. Is there any interest in, like, do you have other questions? You just want to like buy them PHB value? Do you have any thoughts about what you would be researching, or do you think you're just kind of saying I would go along to try to help Machin find anything that he might have found.
Yeah, I think for now,
Like,
just helping Malchin.
gotcha. My question really kind of comes to like, do you have any interest in like meeting Rastor and like asking questions or like trying to procure a magical crossbow? Do you have any interest in asking other questions like of a library? Once you're like invested in going into the Delver's library.
Um, Probably not. Yeah, not right now. I can't think of anything.
Gotcha. So in particular, Rastor is one of the other like Lionel folks. He is a giant, like 7 or 8 foot tall lion man. Massive mane and everything. So it's definitely one of those things. You don't see the lion folk in the city often, but this is like the second occurrence of seeing one, since you guys saw like the cultist, who was like, she was carrying like almost like the garb of a cleric and had like her mace was like a giant bell shaped kind of mace. But that was just kind of like a random. I don't know if you guys have really had cause to meet Raster in the past, if anybody had actively gone to buy a weapon. But it would be kind of that reminder, like, oh shit, there are other lion people here in the city. It's one of those things like a lion person kind of sticks out. Um, for what it's worth, Chris, do you have any thoughts with Gale as you kind of like transition in to him being your main? Like, do you have any downtime stuff that you would want to accomplish with Gale? As I asked Justin these same questions.
I think, and he's interested in knowledge, so he's probably like either trying to find magical tomes or just like scouring libraries. At the moment, I don't think he has the gold for magical tomes.
What are you getting at, like with magical tomes? What do you mean there? Like you want to like search around and get like spells?
Yeah, basically. Like try to find like either like spell scrolls or spell books or
So I've already discussed with you the idea that like Gale's likely a member of the inverted pyramid. I think we discussed that Gale is indeed a member of the inverted pyramid because you took the it's like a scholar background,
yeah.
cloistered scholar. So one of the things that I would say is this is kind of one of those things that happens when you're in effectively like a capital city is if you ever want to buy a spell, buying a spell is not a problem. You can find spell scrolls, and that's what it takes for you to buy a like scroll or buy a spell that you can learn. The difference is when you actively start to price out what it costs to buy a spell, it's fucking expensive. And it's one of those things where even like a level 3 or a level 4 spell starts to be like $5,000 to $10,000, 5 to 10,000 gold crowns. So, or gold lions. So
Yeah,
you
that's
might not actually want to buy a spell when you actively are looking to buy spells. And this is one of those things where I'll say like, there's books, there's probably magical books that exist too, but like in the realm of buying spells, nobody's like forgetting that they have a spell in this book. The book is protected usually because it has the spell, and everybody knows like, look, if you want it, it's 5,000 gold to take the time to practice it and start to learn and transcribe that spell. And that's kind of the opposite end of the cost of being in a capital city. These aren't libraries that are like unkept. They're very well kept, and they know what books have these. Um, so just as much as you might want to find, it's also that much more impossible. But it also means with enough gold, you can quite literally get any spell that you want. So I'm gonna say yes, but and you've got a lot of potential, but also it gets exorbitantly expensive. And that's why it's really easy for a wizard to spend no money on anything except for buying spells.
Yeah, that's what I felt like when I said that. He doesn't have the gold for that at the moment. Hasn't been around that much yet.
Can you fly yet? Do you have any
Dude,
sort of flight spell?
Don't think so.
I'm not actually sure specifically how wizards get to the inverted pyramid because I feel like that might be the prerequisite. I'll have to like read back over it in the book to see if there's probably something clever that I forget about low level wizards getting there. But that also might be one of those prerequisites to say like um, light is definitely part of getting there and seeing invisible things. Because you also know that the pyramid effectively floats over Tolus all the time. It's always there. Um, but yeah, anything else from Dalton? Yes, really, you've both kind of been asked a few times. Do
yeah,
you
I'm
have
good.
any other thoughts?
Nope, nothing else for me.
Gotcha. Anything else crossing the mind of Gale? You kind of said you've not really been around much. Was that a reference you don't have much gold? Do you feel like Gale should have an extra bit of coffer to spend?
No, not really. Even if he's with the inverted pyramid, I don't feel like he's high up, so I don't feel like he's getting paid all that much. That's why he's like trying to delve as well.
It's not even a pay. Inverted Pyramid's not going to pay you anything. It's
Yeah,
effectively it's just a wizard's guild kind of thing. It's one of those things to recognize with wizards. You often have this kind of sense. It exists in the Justin might be able to help me out. The Brotherhood from Luskin, um, the wizards there. It's like keep your enemy close, keep your friends close, but keep the enemy closer. Wizards like to keep dangerous wizards as close and as friendly as possible because it's better when you can see it coming.
Yeah, Luskin is the host tower of the arcane, I think it's called.
I felt like they had another name, but yeah, the host tower of the Arcane Brotherhood. There we go.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, it's a very similar kind of situation where so much of what the inverted pyramid is basically wizards one making sure that they are above the city because they're better than the city. And two, it's wizards staying close to wizards, like, or I should say mages. It is definitely a magical organization. Tends to be like wizards and sorcerers, but warlocks are like the people who can kind of buy their way into it. Sometimes you have like a cleric or a paladin, but that would probably be supremely rare. So yeah, if you guys don't really have any other particular things like downtime wise, we can kind of bring things back to like the present moment here. And it kind of just goes back to like where are your heads at when you're in Tolis? You've seen signs that like the Watchers of the Sky Church of seeing like comets that they fear kind of brings like these spheres of influence. You've not checked on I can't think of her name offhand. But the young woman who Fawn, you've not checked on Fawn in a while, but you also know she's probably had her baby by now. You've potentially caused this problem with the Hydra, and that Hydra might be causing a problem in Old Town. you have all of these different things going on around the idea of the Night of Dissolution, and now Malchin's left. Where might your minds be? What might you guys care to like investigate in the city on a more present note, like today? I actually should say, Dalton, we cleared up what the different magical items were. Do you just have the all key and the Antarctic sword? Or Anarchic?
Uh, I had been carrying also one of the great swords, but I wouldn't have held on. I would have, because I think I was carrying one and Jinx was carrying the other when we left. And actually, probably once I became
Yes.
exhausted, I don't know if I would still have it. But in terms of what I actually have that I would be using, yes, it would just be the key and the long sword.
Um, Justin never picked which longsword he had. So if you go into D&D Beyond, the or which great sword rather, the great swords are named. Um, God, I think one of them is Sumer, Sumer, and the other one is named. But I think if you looked up like twin great swords, you should be able to see, and you can just pick one. But it's only when you two actually separate that you'll eventually find out that those swords are magical. They're very much like the anarchic one, a little bit different in how they play out when you actually like look at it on T and D Beyond there. But the difference with these great swords, and not like it matters for you two, is they have to be 30 feet apart. And that's why these things show like some damage to them, but also are almost pristine, is because they have like a weird sense of these are magical and they're not magical. Because when the two brother swords are close, they have no magical powers.
Gotcha. Okay, so I added Sulamore. I think then Sumer is the other one. I added Sulamore to my inventory on D&D Beyond, but it's not something he's going to be carrying around.
Yeah, yeah. In the long run, these kind of come down to like weapons. One, if you guys even want to mess with them, and two, it's probably more for like the potential of your sidekicks and or backup characters.
Yeah,
Um,
like Davros could use a great sword, but Dalton is not going to be using it.
yeah, so I mean that might even be like one of the best ideas is just to hand one off to Davros. But in the long run, also is to recognize that there's certainly a reason to keep them apart, despite the fact that it would be cool to see like the two of them together. They need that separation. That's part of their chaotic nature, though, is that they've got to be.
So, Chris, did you have any um, thoughts about what we should do, um, or what kind of threads you wanted to investigate?
Well, I am kind of curious about Fawn and her baby. Like, what's happening with that? If she's like getting harassed maybe by like the father still, or yeah, like what's happening with that?
Yeah, and we could also check like you know uh, she was she I think we thought she might be in danger, or the child might be in danger. So yeah, it might be good to just look in on her. And then I guess the other thing would be with Dalton would be worried about the Hydra potentially having escaped, and so maybe also if we can make our way back to Old Town, um, and see if if it started making itself, because now it's been weeks since it's been released. So imagine we might, if we get over to that part of town, we might hear if there's like people have been disappearing, or because I feel like Dalton kind of feels like we released it. We kind of it's, even though he's scared about it, like he'd want to try and stop it if we could at some point. But we probably need some help for that.
Gotcha. So do you think Fawn or the Hydra? That's the two that I have like written in my notes now. Are which one of those ends up being a more pressing concern? Are you guys thinking we're gonna go do like these today? Should we go look after Fawn first, or do we want to go into Old Town? Do you want to go to um like city guards and just tell the first city guards that you meet? Do you want to go into Dalengard in the Old Town? That's the actual like original castle of Tollus. Do you want to go tell like some higher authorities in the guard of the city? Which of those is like your highest priority here, Fawn or the Hydra?
Well, I don't really have a good story about the hydrant. I don't want to just go in and say, like, by the way, we might have accidentally released this ravenous mechanical killing machine. So maybe, until we can think of a good story, or who we might be able to tell that won't land us in jail. Maybe we go check on Fawn first.
Gotcha. Sound good by you, Chris?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Yeah, so we kind of have you guys still effectively the Goblin House is your like safe house where most of the Twin Star Marauders action is kind of coming out of. Kalimtas still kind of holds the house. You've got 9 or so goblins living beneath. It's a pretty rowdy place to like go in and out of. Um, it's relatively seen by the neighborhood as being like Kalimtas and this like group of delvers. But it's definitely one of those things like this was already kind of like a nosy neighborhood about it before. And it's definitely got like a certain attitude, like as far as like the neighborhood goes. People look at you all funny, but it's more curiosity, and it's more because like the goblins aren't well understood, but like suspicion is starting to kind of like set into um like recognizing that they can't stop this, and at least whatever is going on, the people who have seen the goblins aren't necessarily like thought of as like a crazy person so much as people are like, we just don't talk about it because it's clearly not as bad as whatever it was before these people were there. um but just kind of as a general gist of like that's how that little neighborhood in the North Market like looks at you guys. um you can wander through the city, um, heading through the Temple District, heading off into Midtown. There's always stuff going on in the city. There's more often these balloon rides that are kind of going over the city where you see different things flying overhead. You are definitely starting to see a lot more of the guards traveling in larger groups. Um, Probably wouldn't take long for you to recognize that like the guards don't necessarily seem as casual as they have been in the past. Um, might pique your interest. Do you think you're stopping to talk to guards? Do you think you'll eventually talk to somebody and on that same idea, like maybe like a bartender at the Ghostly Mistral, Kalimta sometime when you're back at the Goblin House? First few times you notice guards walking together, what's your kind of inclination there on how you collect more information on it? Did you have an idea, Justin? You may not have got your press to talk.
reset my audio.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. Uh, and I don't know if my ears might have cut out too, so I don't know if Chris already answered.
I've not gotten anything from either of you. So whatever you might have said, it was your audio was out, and Chris has not responded.
Okay, I think Dalton would be hesitant to like ask the guards themselves what's going on, but he definitely want to maybe talk to, like, stop in at like a tavern along the street or something like that, and be like, seems to be an awful uh, been a week or two since I've been through these parts, but seem to be more guards about the street. What's that all about? Kind of thing. Just trying to casually as you can try to figure out like if there's a particular reason.
So there's little like walk-in tavern temples in the temple district. It's a lot like anybody who kind of abuses religion's protections. They're kind of like selling communion almost, but you're clearly buying, wine to get drinking, and they're almost like little walk-in, kind of like bodegas almost in their size and like cramped nature. You can walk into a little like temple drinkery like that. You could wait to Midtown and just stop in any little dive kind of in Midtown, which is still kind of like upper middle class, even in a dive bar in the area. Or you could go like directly to the Ghostly Minstrel, where there's plenty of like talk and, adventurous conversation at all times.
Does Gail have a preference on where we stop in? Otherwise, Dalton will probably just he'd be curious. He'd probably stop in at the we're in the Temple District now, so I just stop in one of those places.
Yeah, no, Gale doesn't have any, not, not any specific preferences.
Gotcha. So maybe without like a little bit of hesitation, as you guys are walking through the temple district, you notice, one group of like 9 soldiers walking, like running, kind of like 3 by 3. They're not like running by you, but they're like in a clear march kind of thing. Maybe moving a little bit quicker than everybody else is on foot, but it's clearly like a column. They're clearly like now like marching. You remember for years, guards would just be 2 or 3 kind of like friends who are effectively on duty, but very normal people who are walking around the city keeping the peace. And now this is like a sign of kind of like this militaristic catches your attention, you let it go by. The second one, maybe that's enough that it piques your interest, and you just kind of like look to Gale, like, do you have any problem going into a drinkery around here? And you both kind of agree. You just go into one of these first little things down one of kind of like the side alley of the Road of a Thousand Gods, and it's just like a small little booth. You almost feel like you're like rubbing shoulders as you kind of like walk through this like stucco hallway and get to just a small like 10-foot long by like maybe 7-foot wide room. There's almost like 2 little like seats on each side of the room. About half of them are filled with 4 or 5 different people who seem to all be like praying forward. And there's effectively just like a table of like it's got some like votive candles and like glasses of wine. And there's just a small little old priest who's kind of like hunched over the wine, and he's almost like pouring glasses as you kind of walk in, and he just kind of like looks up to you and he's like, "Oh, welcome to the Temple of Demeter. Are you here to pray?" And he kind of like hands out, like almost like reaches one of these glasses of wine towards you.
Dalton will kind of smile and give a nod, and indeed, well, I found my lips are a bit parched. Praying's thirsty work. And he kind of glanced towards the one of the things of wine, and yes.
Welcome, brother. Welcome. And yeah, he'll just hand you each a glass of wine as you're like coming in, and you can kind of see like you could either like grab kind of one of these seats. Some of these other people are basically just like sat down, both hands on the glass of wine. They seem to like mutter a few words, almost just speaking under their breath, and then like take a sip kind of thing. And you can almost see like everybody in the room is just kind of like doing this. And the priest kind of like looks at you like expectantly as he like hands you this glass. You know, in the long run, that's what people would do here, is to grab it and just like sit down. Um, but he's also not like ordering you to do that. If you wanted to ask him a question, you were welcome to.
Yeah, I think Dalton will try to basically mimic what he sees a couple of the others doing. So he'll thank the priest, and kind of put on a kind of like somber, or not somber, but like serious expression, and bow his head, and mutter, or like move his mouth so that, like, but probably not actually say anything, because he doesn't know, you know he doesn't really know Demeter from you know uh most other gods. But he would kind of like go through the motions, and then um he'd probably make the assumption that I don't know if like the wine is for a particular cost, or like it's like a quote unquote donation. So he would you know um do the little kind of praying thing, drink some of the wine, and then put a few coins onto the bar, and at that point would then be kind of mention, last time I was through here, I don't remember seeing quite such a heavy guard presence. Something going on we should know about?
Uh, Gods, like our brothers and sisters, they come and go in numerous natures with the seasons of the year, or maybe like the seasons of life. Just kind of like a little enigmatic response to kind of say, like, there's more people who worship sometimes, more guards who are running around the streets at other times. All things kind of like ebb and flow with life.
And what season are we in now, metaphorically speaking?
Well, more often than not, we have to mourn change. I rolled really low for his knowledge check of what's going on. I believe most people are afraid. Many people are afraid for their physical nature. And it brings more people to the church, and he kind of like raises out his arms to like kind of show like obviously we didn't build this place so large to fit this many people in it. They're clearly like in less than like a closet kind of space here. And there's like what now, 7 people in this little spot. There's not much more occupancy. And just kind of like referencing like the people before him, dangers, and news of a barbarian horde having passed Tarsus. Many say they're weeks away. It brings more to the faith. Apparently, you too as well. I fear the barbarians, that is.
Well, certainly not something I'd like to hear. Though I've heard there's rumors of things already within the city that might drive one to prayer, so to speak. He'll kind of take another sip of the wine, and but I suppose
When
people.
you say that, are you attempting to allude to like a particular thing in the city? Like, do you want to weave kind of some allusions to the Hydra and make a like a persuasion check to see like how that goes? Would you like to weave towards like the comet and do a persuasion like to see where that goes? You know what I mean? Do you want to allude to a particular event and make a check? Or do you want to like make a check and just have it be generic?
I think, given we're in the Temple District, yeah, maybe he'll try and allude to the comet, and like all these people muttering about knights of this and dissolution that. I feel like the comet would be like could be taken by many as like a religious sign, so it might be an avenue worth. He might have better luck. He's
So
thinking, talking about that.
let me have a charisma religion check from you. So I feel like that's half proficiency plus your charisma.
Yeah, so it would be. I have a +1 from the Jack of all trades, so yeah, it would be a +5 to a D20 then. So 14 total.
The night of dissolution, you say? It's familiar to me. I've not heard it since I was quite a young lad. Quite a young lad. I. What have you heard? What? I believe that. Are you a member of a cult? Do you worship the dark gods? I believe the Night of Dissolution is an end times for many of the chaos cults. And he kind of like is looking at you like side eye. Like he's not including himself in the way he speaks of this. So it's almost like he's worried that if you're a cultist reaching out to him, that he's just put himself in danger. That's kind of like how he's like responding and looking at you. Does that have any response from like Gale to get kind of the same look? Otherwise, Dalton, like are either of you kind of what's your response when he kind of is like testing, fearing you here?
So Dalton is going to he'll kind of like lift one hand from the bar and like a kind of like disarming, like, oh, no, no, might have the wrong idea. I didn't mean to put you at ease, my friend. No, those cults aren't my style. Though I've drunk with a few odd fellows, but yes, they certainly seem to be anxious for the end of things. I don't understand it myself, but no, you not not my cup of tea, as it were.
Uncertain times will always increase uncertain events. The barbarians are perhaps enough to know that things are changing, and perhaps these um, folk who align themselves as these chaos cults are just using what they know. Fear spreads information just as much as intellect. And I'll kind of like look towards Gale. Not everyone has eyes for their mind. Many only their flesh.
Yeah, I think I'll just like give a little nod at that. Yeah, okay.
Yes, no one wants to go through the end. No one wants to go through the end alone. So I certainly understand your point. People look for groups. But do you think that's why all these guards are about? The cult's been more active around here. And then he'll kind of, as he's asking that, he'll kind of turn to a couple of the others who are inside and kind of raising his voice a bit. And what about you? Is that what you heard as well?
Roll an intimidation check here.
All right. That's a 7.
My bad. I should make sure. Like intimidation is naturally charisma, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I always think of it as a strength check. Um, But yeah, so as you kind of like twist this all in, I'll already kind of like put out there like his kind of response was like people seem to be here because of the barbarian horde. He's kind of responding to you bringing up the Night of Dissolution as that always seems like a chaos cult, or that's like a chaos cult thing, and he wonders if you're hearing chaos cult things because fear spreads. So you kind of already have like a sense from him, from this priest, that he doesn't really know much about like any actual spread like with the cults. He's just kind of going off of what he expected, being news of the barbarians. Um, your intimidation is not going to get much from the people inside of here. They might have already been kind of acting, maybe little bits towards like trying to show how focused they are on their prayers, that they're clearly not hearing anything that could get them in danger. They were already kind of responding like that, as like maybe the one sitting right next to you might have heard the priest kind of saying like chaos cult. The conversation has already seemed awkward to some of them, but when you spin around and you actually like make eye contact, force the conversation to kind of happen, you'll see most of them kind of like focus down and really trying to uh show that their prayers are why they're here. They don't know anything about your conversation. They've not been listening to your conversation. Clearly, I'm not involved in this. But give me 1 second here.
Gotcha. Kind of just like, yeah, head down and yeah.
But there is one person who basically like stands up and leaves, and they start to like just it's the same kind of feel like the conversation shouldn't involve them. Why are you guys talking in this place? I'm just gonna go. They're like anxiety just has them kind of like stand up and go.
Gotcha. So Dalton will kind of turn back to he'll kind of see this and he'll turn back to the man behind the bar and just kind of with a little kind of half smirk, pious bunch. Well, I've taken up enough of your time. How about one more prayer for the road, and he'll kind of just hold forward his glass, essentially asking for a refill, uh, and put a couple more coins on the counter.
A prayer for the road. Um, uh, this is honest venture. We do appreciate your good donations, but Demeter shares the wealth of our grapes for all. Life is the boon of Demeter, please. You can take as much as you would ever care. You only have to return to your Lord Demeter. Um, Basically the alcohol is honestly free here. Like you're welcome to donate. But this is basically somebody who's like pouring out the wealth of grapes to celebrate their god of like the bounty.
Gotcha. And so, as that kind of dawns on Dalton, is like he's thinking to himself, like, why have I been going to all those places that charge me for it? I'll have to tell Jinx about this place.
You might recall, like, you might want to tell, like, Seraph that you've found God. You're like, wait a second, is this why you're a cleric? But yeah, you guys can basically find that. Do either of you guys remember the other thread that you had already discovered barbarians? Are either of you making that connection that you already heard about this? When you were going after the amulet that got Malchin in trouble, there was a slave that you guys freed, and it was when you saved. I don't have her name in front of me, but you saved one of the Balcazars, and you like smuggled her into like the Goblin House, got her a new fake name, Karina, I think we named her. Oh, and you got Seamus too. But you guys also freed a barbarian who was kept as a slave. Um, and I believe he warned you about this as well. But you kind of have this in mind that the barbarians are coming here, um, in particular to Tolis, to sack the city. I think think that's all he really knew was that the barbarians were coming. So this is like news that the city itself now recognizes that there are barbarians coming. Um, and I think you're on point to get this from a priest to recognize like the city is in a very like material plane. We are in sight of this barbarian horde that sacked Tarsus like 100 years ago, and it's the whole reason why the emperor of the empire is now in Tolis, and the city is like currently kind of in that sense right now of like impending doom. Why the fuck is this guy here putting a target on our head?
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I had forgotten the part about the barbarians.
So now the city itself knows that like 2 to 3 weeks from now, there's a barbarian horde arriving at this city.
Yeah, things are really stacking up. Like potential Hydra outbreak, Night of Dissolution, and barbarians.
Hells, maybe it is the end times.
And you just see the priest kind of like toasting with his own little prayer vigil as he like mutters a few words, takes like a big sip, and you see like a little smile in his eyes as he like continues to like gulp down the wine. His sip is, you know, like a solid chug.
I think you've got one of the right idea, friend. But I think we'll be taking our leave. I'll make some room for the next worshippers, and I'll kind of like nod again to the fellow and thank you for the appreciate the conversation, and I'll nod to Gail. If you're ready, suppose we should be off.
A prayer for the boon of all those who protect the harvest. Oh, I wish I made them little paper cups, like those little folding paper cups of wine.
But yeah, I guess Gail, if you don't have any other questions, I guess we do you want to continue on towards to Fawn?
Yeah, I don't have any questions for him. So yeah, keep going towards Fawn. See what's
Gotcha. Uh,
happening there.
let me have the two of you roll a d10, and let me know what you get.
7 for me.
And a 10 for me.
Gotcha. So, when you guys kind of continue through the rest of the city, you see this activity is definitely changing all around you. Like, there's different kind of attitudes to how a lot of people are like conducting themselves, and it becomes like a little bit more noticeable here. You start to see like some of like the discarded gazetteers have like different titles. Like almost always now focus on like the horde, and you might even see that there's almost like a specific transition in like today's paper versus like the ones were printed this last week, that it was almost like the can't think what like the daily papers are that always have kind of like fake articles and whatnot, just like sensationalism. It was almost like some of the people who were telling the public this were like the sensationalists, and the papers, the gazetteers, are only now starting to treat this as like, we now have somebody who like saw the horde through like magic. We've confirmed it, kind of thing. Like today is effectively one kind of the recognition for the city itself, that not only has this thing happened around the barbarian horde coming here, but it's kind of like a confirmation in the gazetteers. So you just kind of see all of these different signs that there's kind of a different attitude to the city today than even what it would have been yesterday. uh you eventually do arrive at, well, I don't know if we discussed if you would go to like Sachets and check her at work, if you would go to her house and you're trying to check with her at home, or if you would go to Brother Fabiator and check in the temple in Midtown. The temple of oh shit, why can't I think of the god? Lothian.
No,
What do you think we should check first, Gail?
I think the father would probably be best first. Check in with him. So that's where we left her, right? Yeah.
Heading off to St. Gustav's, right across the street from Delver Square. You can check with Brother Fabier Thisk. This is that 195 just below like the guardhouse, where it says Midtown there. So doors opening, you guys kind of walk into a pretty traditional Church of Lothian here. This one is oriented to the southeast. So you walk into what is effectively like a large cross-shaped building. There's that central kind of octagon, and then each of these like smaller three like compartments that extend off of that central octagon, and then almost like twice the size of that is the entryway, which has like benches on each side to make like a traditional kind of like chapel, like seating area. um maybe not benches. I feel like I've always had it open, so it's like people just kind of like pray like on the ground, almost like kneeled before Lothian kind of thing. um, but you walk in and you do see that there's like three people here. They're all men. There's nobody in the central actual like area of the chapel, But as you do walk in, you hear out of the southwestern side, your right side of the chapel, you hear just from behind one of the like purple curtains, uh, "Oh, welcome, brothers and sisters. Lothian welcomes you. If you need my assistance, I'll be with you shortly." And you would know this is effectively Fabio Fisk is like in his like personal area, and he like arrives moments later as he's kind of like organizing his robe like on his person kind of thing. You can kind of tell he was like just really getting situated as he's like walking towards you. Moment of recognition, and he sees who you are. Dalton Gale, it's a pleasure to see you today. How are we?
Yes, nice to see you again as well, Father. We're doing doing all right. Well as can be expected, I suppose, given all the rumors and such floating about. But we're in the area. We just thought we might stop in and you know, say hello. The see, has Fawn had the baby yet? By the way.
Indeed, she has. I believe your friend Seraphin Gale here saved her shortly before the birth. She gave birth on the 5th of, and again, I kept it in our calendar. He's going to give you June 5th. If you guys ever care to convert stuff over into their calendar, that's perfectly fine. But in the long run, I feel like the calendar stuff is often just too freaking confusing. But June 5th is when they gave birth. So the baby is now 1.5 months old. So he'd probably have that response like, "Oh, your friend Seraphin Gaelier actually helped liberate her shortly before the birth. Uh, June 5th. He's now quite a strong little well, I didn't actually roll for the sex before accidentally just saying he. We'll go for he. He's I don't know what's regular for a baby. He's 8 pounds of energy, tears, and noise.
Well, glad to hear mother and son are doing well. And yes, I believe Gail had mentioned something about he doesn't like to brag, but uh, yes, playing a role in making sure she was safe. I'm sure she's quite busy with a little bundle of energy.
Busy, busy, yes, indeed. She's uh quite busy. Um, with the move as well. She is currently being protected by Kalimtas and your other friends. Many people don't really know about it, but uh, she's currently in the Rivers Gate, if you ever care to see her. And as he starts to describe things here, you guys can kind of pick up she's not hiding anywhere incredibly secretive. She is currently living inside of Kron's like old area where you guys basically killed everybody. She has moved into that little area. and is currently going by the name of let's see, Neleth Hanner. But effectively checking on Fawn at this point here, you can understand that she's in hiding. She's not necessarily like hiding anywhere like incredibly secretive. She's taken up a new identity in that area, effectively like Kalimtas, and now yourselves are the only people who really know, as well as my bad. Um, Brother Fabior knows, obviously. He's telling you, but it's kind of like say now like the four of you conspirators understand that this person and that whole kind of area is now kind of under Twin Star Marauder control. Like Kalimtas is helping to protect them, but specifically she's now kind of undertaken this duty as effectively like a tanner, and she's living up there with uh Keelan.
That's probably a wise precaution. And he'll just look towards Gale, and because I think Dalton, yeah, Dalton doesn't really have any more questions about Fawn. He's thinking it might be best to just kind of, she's in hiding. Maybe we don't go disturb her, because um,
I'm sure she would welcome the chance to see you. She's in great danger for many reasons, but it doesn't necessarily mean she can't see anyone. Um, can kind of have the sense like there's definitely a danger to Fawn and her child that will be ongoing. You guys kind of uncovered that plot on some level of what these marked children are. So it's definitely one of those things where there's no safety for her. You guys just have to kind of recognize, like, um, the Vi are effectively targeting these children. Actually, really, Malchin was one of the people who focused that. But you basically uncovered that the Vi and the Temple of the Watchers of the Sky are just another aspect of kind of this fear of those children. But you guys also know that that is loosely attached to the Night of Dissolution, and that's not from like a chaos cultist aspect.
gotcha. Okay. Well, in that case, suppose it couldn't hurt to check in. What do you think, Gale?
Well, I'm certainly for checking in on her. But speaking of the reasons she's in danger, have we heard anything more about Helmuth? He made any more moves, or is he keeping away for now?
Well, he's precisely who we are indeed worried about. He knows her child. Let's see. I guess he should speak about it as Helmuth was indeed correct to predict that Hillen was born with the markings. He saw that, perhaps with magic or his visions from the sky. Luthien does not hinder such things for others. But that is precisely why she has undertaken this life, as Nelith is a layer between them. Whether the child will know danger or not through his life, we assume that if Helmut was able to predict this before his birth, he's not simply going to be stopped. It's a hard topic. Does that make sense to you, Gail? I don't know if I phrased that well. Maybe has Helmut moved? Not that we know of, but we also assume that what he does undertake at this point is only going to be the most violent of choices.
Well, that is worrying.
We have opted, and it's perhaps open if you would like to discuss with Nelith the prospect of going after the Temple of the Sky, rather than, I believe, keeping her in hiding is perhaps as effective and does not require that anybody be killed. But again, it's perfectly fine for you to try to talk with Nelith if you cared for otherwise.
Yeah, I think I would like to talk with Nelith. Just check in if nothing else.
Gotcha. Yeah, so you guys can leave. What is this? Temple of Gustav and Father Thisk behind. Most of that conversation is like held still very privately there. I don't mean to put it inside of a church so you think people are listening. But like he wouldn't have said anything like to endanger her in seeing you guys like in his chapel.
Yeah, I mean, I would think it also, especially if we're talking about somebody in hiding, we're not going to be just blabbing out in the middle of everything.
Yeah. I apparently don't have River Gate in my map stuff, like the focused one. So just as kind of like a reminder on like the big map, this is effectively like the top left portion of River Gate. I think it's that location that actually is a joining of a latitude and longitude with like a little number on it. I can't see it with how focused this is to know for sure, but it's basically that left side of the River Gate district is where his little compound was, and she's just staying in one of the houses there. But you guys can go in. Uh, Long run, you see like a semi-familiar, like middle-aged woman who you guys will recognize as like one of the women who was like at the tavern every once in a while when you owned the Crooked Skinner. And you'll very quickly recognize, since it's not Fawn, that this is like the person from the Twin Star Marauders who's kind of like watching after her. Um, and then you see like the little baby like on the floor, kind of like playing around, and like Fawn is sitting like across, but like on the ground, in this kind of same scene as you like walk in to see almost like a child, a mom, and like a grandfather kind of thing. But realistically, this is one of the old men from the Twin Star Marauders. And you guys can just kind of like walk in. Um, and meet back up with them. They'll kind of like see you heading into the house and just kind of perk up and oh, hello, it's yeah, Dalton, welcome. And she kind of like looks back at the baby and like goes to grab like her baby to like introduce you guys to Keelan.
Yeah, and so like on the way here, like after leaving the uh, temple and heading up towards Rivergate, Dalton's going to be just kind of like uh, speaking to Gale and kind of thinking about what the priest had said, their father had said, and it's all well and good that Fawn's being kept hidden and protected. But part of me thinks going on a bit of offense and dealing with the threat directly might be not a bad idea. So he's just kind of food for thought if we might want to try and proactively kind of deal with the threat. But he'll be to just mention that kind of on the way, and then um, when we get to Fawn, Dalton will of course
Well,
make
if I
all of
can, my apologies for jumping over. Does Gail have an immediate response to like that idea from Dalton?
Yeah, I think it will go like, which threat are you talking about? The more immediate threat with Helmet or the Vi? Or just the threat of it? The end times. There's a lot of threats going on right now.
True, and not sure we can do anything about the barbarians soon to be at the gates, or perhaps the Vi or a slippery lock. But well, we know Helmuth and his cult's a threat. I wouldn't mind thinning their numbers a bit if we could.
That was speaking to the Vi, right? Thinning their numbers.
Wasn't it the like Helmet's like the Watcher of the Skies?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, that was me because I got confused for a second there. Is that what you were saying, Dalton? Was the Watcher of the Skies?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, because so Dalton was basically saying like because the Vi they're like the assassins, right? They're like the secretive, very.
Yep, yep.
So he was kind of more getting to the thought that like of all of these threats, Helmuth and the other Watchers of the Sky might be easier to get to, um, unless Gale has thoughts on how he might go after the Vi. But ultimately, Dalton was just thinking like we might want to try and rather than just hoping that she can stay hidden, maybe we kind of go and try and if we can deal with at least one of the many threats that could potentially be facing her. Those Sky Watchers give me the creeps anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind taking a more proactive role there either, but I think Helmet at least seemed to be powerful spellcaster. He did teleport around and everything, and he did seem to have some finances. At least he did bankroll a mercenary unit to keep protection over Fawn, where we found her. Seemed to have plenty of servants, so could be hard to find. He wants to be disappeared, I think.
Well, perhaps we don't. Perhaps it's a good point. Perhaps we don't go after him directly. Perhaps we go after his finances or his servants, weaken him indirectly. It's just food for thought.
So we could go into that. You guys know the location of the actual temple of the Watcher in the Skies on the Avenue of a Thousand Gods. Or we can jump back to where I accidentally, my apologies again, like jump to like walking into the house of Bon, like as Nelith. Um, but where do you kind of want to approach that? Going back to Fawn and kind of seeing her as she has this elated reintroduction of, or introduction rather, of her son.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, so Dalton wasn't really suggesting like this was the conversation was happening kind of on the way there, and he wasn't so much. He wasn't really suggesting that we like break off immediately, but that like after we go see Fawn and I guess meet the baby and all that, maybe we think about that's when we think about maybe going uh, and maybe going on offense a little bit. But yeah, it wasn't that to like break away from going to Fawn. So
Gotcha. So when Fawn, again, very elated, introduces her child to you, she's going to say Killian Tanner, or Killian, maybe not referencing kind of like a career sort of name like that. But you'll basically see her small child, and then there's different points where like birthmarks are like forming like actual patterns. Can I have each of you roll a religion check here? Or you could do Arcana with Gale. I don't know if you have Arcana or Religion for things with Dalton, but let me get some checks there.
it would be the same for Dalton either way. So he'll do religion. And that'll be a 16.
Yeah, I went with Arcana on Gale, and I got a 25.
Yeah, so maybe as you kind of like pass by different areas in like the Temple district, you've kind of picked up some of the like actual like runes that they kind of write some of these names with. Not everything is written in like a traditional kind of script, and often God's names are a combination of runes. Maybe it's enough to put together that you can recognize at least like some of the pantheons do this, and not all pantheons that like agree with one another. It's a little bit more general for like the way that they write. Gail, you would specifically recognize like that there's an actual rune in this child's like birthmarks, that when she like holds up her little like 1.5-month-old baby, you see an actual like pattern of these birthmarks that 100% when you look at it, it is a rune for like power, destruction, and it's like a kind of reference almost to a word like force. But very quickly, when you guys are talking about somebody who predicted like childs of like doom, and you see this marking, it's just going to kind of jump out at you like he's not just crazy. He might want to kill these people, but he's not crazy. uh, I don't mean to shock you. You don't have to hold him. And she like goes from like holding her baby out at you, like to it's like smiling and giggling, like with the interaction, and like she just kind of like pulls Killian back a little bit, kind of like hesitant as both of you go like silent when she goes to introduce her baby. Is something wrong?
Oh no, sorry. Just nice to see you again, and the little one on you. It's not very used to such small beings. Uh, but yes, and nice to meet you again. Nice to meet. I would like to kill you, and nice to meet you for the first time.
Roll an insight.
That is a 13.
When you say to Killian like nice to meet you for the first time, you just have kind of like a weird sense in like the kind of like goos, gahs, the noises and like the movements, that it's almost like the moment your attention moves to Killian, he like focuses on you and he's like a little bit quieter. You say nice to meet you for the first time. There's like a little bit of like a pause, a couple of like kind of laughs, and then like pause before goes back to acting like a like perfectly normal baby. But there's just like a moment where it's like, did he just react to me? Well, come in, come in. You two can have tea. Would you Is there anything that I can get you? I just made some and she just kind of like mimics like a little keep forgetting things. And she like looks over at the old man and he responds like after a moment like muffins. You made muffins earlier. Ah, yes. Would either of you like any muffins? Tea? Is there anything that I can get you?
I wouldn't say no to a bite to eat. They're very kind, and you're doing all right here. You have everything uh, you need. You and little Killian here.
I have never felt so fortunate in my entire life as this last month, and so I guess really parents are probably to the date. Um, as these last 47 days have been absolutely amazing.
I'm glad to hear it.
I'm so glad you were able to come and visit. Would you like to play any games? And you just can kind of see like there's a few like random like block games where you like put like a circle or a square like into a this or a that. But there's a bunch of different kind of like games around. And she's like asking you if you wanted to play like any games with Killian. But eventually you guys can kind of see like this child is like already kind of placing like has pattern recognition, is placing like circles into circles, kind of squares into squares, like is sorting like different things, might like respond to let's say some things like jacks being like one of the toys, and you can see that it moves slower around the like ones that have like the sharper ends versus like the little like marbles, um kind of thing. To playing around with this baby end up you recognize like this thing is in on a different level of intelligence than a traditional like 1 month old.
Precocious little bugger.
He doesn't stop. It goes on and on and on.
Special little kid you got there. We're going to do what we can to make sure we both stay safe here. About that muffin.
Yeah, she'll take the time to like feed you guys. You can spend more or less time here depending on what you're looking to do, but like, she'll basically have different things for you guys. But her day you can quite literally see is like basically her and Tendeus kind of sitting around watching and playing with Killian. Do you have any did you have something there, Dalton?
I was just gonna say, yeah, Delton doesn't have really too much else specific, so I'll leave it up to Gale. If he has anything else with Fawn and Killian.
Does Gail have any thoughts at present?
Yeah, I think Gale, like while we're there having like tea and muffin, would probably play a little bit with Killian. He's kinda curious about this child right now. So he's gonna like find like a little stick and do prestidigitation to they can make like a sharp sparks to basically make a sparkler just to see how he like reacts, like if he yeah, basically just see the reaction of Killian. What's the reaction?
Um, so you watch as you like kind of like take this like little sparkler. You might do it like 2 or 3 times, and each time Killian is like almost like surprised and pleased and just kind of like cheering you on almost, like not necessarily like clapping for you to do it, but there's like clearly like a sign that like each time you press the digitate, each time this effect kind of happens, it's like pure bliss and joy, and then you let it stop. How many times do you think you're doing that? Are you doing it like once? Do you wait like a little bit and you do it again? Are you just gonna do it for like a minute straight? What are you kind of thinking? I was actually also forgot maybe you can do it for longer, just straight anyways. What's your thought on like that though? Like how long are you doing this for?
Yeah, I think I can do it up for like, yeah, presentation has a duration of an hour. I can have 3 effects open at a time. Let's see. I think, yeah, I
Gotcha.
would
So
probably,
for right now, I'll give you you're getting his full attention and joy. Now tell me what you're doing it for how long?
yeah, I would probably go like, yeah, I think like 10 minutes max. And like I'll take another stick and like make myself a sparkler and give him one and have one myself. See what he does with, because it's basically as like sparks that won't do any damage, so it's harmless.
So wait, I feel like you're gonna go with two of these effects, each of you basically having a sparkler, and for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So he probably wouldn't even recognize that you have the sparkler once you give him one. But again, kind of on that pure like bliss and like pleasure. Like it's an amazing experience for this kid to see the sparkler. And it's definitely like pleasure and joy. When you go to hand the sparkler over, I think it'll be the kind of thing that like babies, I can't think of the actual name for it. I should know, like, just from my basic studies, but there's like a grasping thing that is one of the first things humans do. It's like super, super basic. But you put something in a baby's hand, the moment there's like pressure on their palm, they will just like grip it. And often this is like with monstrous amounts of tiny little baby strength. Um, but yeah, he like immediately like grips the sparkler and like the smiles and the joy and the laughter, like it just like gets better and better because now he like has this power in his hand. But just like 10 minutes of that, like geeking out in joy. After those 10 minutes, you're just gonna kind of be satisfied and you just kind of stop and take away his sparkler.
That seems kind of hard to take it away, but yeah, like after 10 minutes, the effect like stops.
Oh, I gotta fuck with you with stuff like saying taking away a baby sparkler. It's like, oh, you're gonna steal his candy now too? When you end the effect, you're gonna notice. You might not even notice for how short of amount of time. Like there might be like a blink in this effect happening, but you very clearly notice the moment when you let it go. You know, it's not like it's strenuous on you to magically do this, but you still notice, and then the effect is still going. Like as soon as you let it go, he might have had a reaction time, but he kept it going.
So he keeps it going. Okay.
He still has a sparkler in his hand. Yep, that little stick is still a sparkler. And I'm gonna say at that, let's take a break here, 5 or 10 minutes kind of thing. Be back as soon as everybody's good to go again, and we'll see. You know, that could just as easily be still when you guys are done with Fawn. You could look towards the other things, but I feel like this is a solid moment for a break here.
Sure. Yep. Works.
So, does this leave you two with a next thought? Are you still interested in seeing um like more about Killian? Um, not necessarily saying like Fawn's like out of the question here, but it's pretty clear like that the baby is something different. Do either of you have any thoughts on how you would approach the issue of the Hydra or the Pythonese house? The Knights of the Pale are the ones who originally kind of shut it down. You could approach them perhaps, but you might also recognize that perhaps those weapons all might be of interest to them as well, multiple levels. Um, you could go look into the Watchers. There's a lot of different avenues. You have any thoughts? Would you like to chat about that?
Yeah, so, Chris, what do you think about maybe trying to do something about the Helmuth and the Watchers?
I mean, I'm up for that. Could do that. Might be that we should go and get some sidekicks before, though, just in case.
Yeah, like I guess I wasn't. Yeah, I'm not sure if I was thinking like a frontal assault kind of thing, but almost more like what if we could try to like I don't know, almost like kind of scope out the temple, maybe, if we can capture, kidnap one of the not probably not Helmuth himself, but maybe, one of the uh like acolytes and question them and try to get some information. Um
Yeah, I think we could do that as well. Like, check it out, see what we can find out more about, well, the Watchers and Helmet.
So maybe you guys are at the Goblin House and you are discussing with Kalimtas. Ah, if you all intend to return to the Watcher of the Skies, will you go immediately as enemies? Do you know that they will attack you? From your last occurrence there, I don't know whether that went to blows. I think you were able to walk out knowing that each is on a different level. Um, do you want to go there to spy and perhaps watch them? Are you looking to capture one of them, as Dalton suggested?
if I recall correctly, when we went there last time, we I don't think it didn't come to blows. I think Jinx managed to kind of like talk his way into looking through the telescope. Um, I think we talked about like the children. I think
Yeah.
a little bit.
I was thinking it was almost like shit talking in front of each other's face kind of thing. For a moment there. It was definitely like one upping the other is I guess a better way of saying it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm thinking we don't. Yeah. Like so not so much we kind of go in, kind of guns blazing, so to speak. But either try and kind of worm our way in, um, you know, and do kind of some intelligence gathering that way, or kind of my initial thought to maybe try and essentially kidnap and question one of the acolytes, like keep an eye on the temple and maybe catch one of them while they're because I think we also I may be wrong. We had some idea about kind of I think they have like a meeting that's like at one point during the week or something, or we try and break in and do some like see if we can find information that way. But I'm definitely thinking something other than just like go in and start like trying to slaughter them. something a little bit more roundabout than that.
Well, I'm glad your maturity is a little bit beyond your father's then. Perhaps he would not look at it so casually. I was merely asking. I don't remember the complete description that you all Lord Jinx gave from that first meeting with Helmet. But it's perfectly up to you however you would approach it. And then if you intend to go as a crack team of four of you, who else you are looking to go with?
All right, the Davros, that big carrying that big hammer around. Everything's a nail to him. He good at smashing things, but subterfuge is not quite his style. Um, imagine Arena might be well suited if we were going to go slinking about. Gail, do you have anyone in mind?
I was trying to think about who we know. Uh, like I know we have like a couple rogues. Do we have anyone who's like know anyone who's good like with deception? I guess thinking more like disguises or things like that.
For a sidekick, you definitely do. That could be. You guys have a bard, the voice. You could have a party of four bards. Um, you could do what is it? Zarina's. I can't think of her name. Xanath. And those are probably just the two, like a bard or a rogue, who either of them can do. But if you could think up anybody else that you want sidekick wise, you guys get to make the sidekicks. You've got, you know, an infinite pool of humans just from the city. Just name them and tell me what they do. You guys have your, different goblin friends. You've got your, well, Shameth is a rogue as well. Karina, I don't know if Justin ever determined what she was. I feel like she was an archer, almost like a scout as a opponent.
Yeah, forget if we landed on a like a sidekick template for her or not. But Scout, I mean, that works for.
Well, scout's still generic though. That's still like a monster profile. That's why I mean like it could easily be a ranger, that could be a fighter, that could be a rogue. Scout just means that at one point she was using a bow.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But again, part of my point is, Chris, you get to create whatever sidekick you want. Um, when you had Bob, one of the three lizard men that Malchin saved, Bob was a barbarian. So that doesn't mean that you couldn't make one of the lizard folk sneaky. Or even like an artiste and make them tricky, like deceptive levels.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Then I guess I could make one. I think like a rogue. Uh, was it cut purse? I think the first one is.
Yeah, I feel like cut purse has been what you guys have done as the rogue option more often than not. And you want to do this to a lizard man, a goblin, a human? Looks like Bill or Tom if it's a lizard man. Because again, when you asked them their names, I don't think they responded, and you eventually just started calling them Bill, Bob, and Tom. We've quite literally gone along with you've never asked them their names.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's go with Tom the Lizard Man.
Excellent.
Cut purse.
Do you need me to send you a copy of the cut purse?
No, it's in the followers and retainers. I found it. I can copy it from there.
Excellent. Good response as well. And Justin, do you have one in mind?
I think I'll take Karina, and just we can use her as the maybe the tracker. Is that the ranger one?
Excellent. Alrighty, my bad. I was just adding them as NPCs with names and whatnot.
Oh, and they're considered like one level below us, right? Or am I
Yep, so
remembering
they
that?
will have their level 5 abilities now. Convenient time to take the tracker. Alrighty, so more thoughts on your approach then. With this crew, with this group, are you all intending to go in and snatch up? I think it was the priest Casmius, who Jinx had the longest conversation with. He perhaps was naive enough to speak, if not influenced into speaking potential. What do you think you'll do?
If we can get our hands on Cassius, so perhaps not sure if we know if they actually reside at the temple. Probably, presumably, they do. But we could essentially try to.
Do a religion check here.
It'd be a 20.
I think that'd be enough to say, like, most temples don't necessarily have residencies, like, for the priests. Most of the temple district is so compact that it's like little else. So at least most priests don't stay there. So I think that would probably be the general sense that you would have. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he doesn't. Um, so it's certainly just kind of a level of if you wanted to like watch a night and see, is he one who stays there? Is he somebody that you can capture on the street like while he's going home? You could do a check like for that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe like kind of try and find a place where we can kind of set up surveillance for a night or two, and see kind of how many are coming and going. Like, do they seem to be coming, or are there any sort of like regular hours? And then if we can kind of figure out a way where we might be able to try and kind of snatch him up, without hopefully anyone noticing, or um, so it might be good to try and do a little bit of kind of recon first, if that sounds good to you, Gail.
Yeah, I mean that sounds good to me.
So tonight, four of you will head off, watch the skies for this evening, and see how they act. Decide what you'll do for tomorrow.
Yep, that's the plan.
So you guys have the option of going in as a like single unit and just trying to situate yourselves overlooking the Watchers of the Sky. You could split up into 1, 2, 4 groups, or rather, you could split up into 2 to 4 groups. But like overall, what do you think you would like to do? Like a single Overwatch? You want to get like 2 different positions overwatching the temple? I think Watcher in the Skies is 142. It's like kind of central north on this map. It is on the Street of a Million Gods up towards the top.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe we split into two groups. Maybe see if one group, if there's like a we can kind of check the buildings around there. Maybe there's some way to get a kind of higher vantage point um, to be able to kind of for doing the surveillance. We could also have one or two of us actually kind of go in and like play the part of um, people interested in joining the or the temple. Um, Gail, do you have any? Chris, do you have any ideas or thoughts?
Honestly, not much on ideas or thoughts, but yeah, just maybe not send in Gale if he wants to have someone try to uh, be like a prospective member. Because yeah, don't think he would work well with that. But otherwise, I mean, there's the chance as well. Like Helmut has told what happened with Gale and Seraph and everything, because he saw those two at least.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I don't think Dalton was there for that. So maybe we just try and maybe so not try to kind of infiltrate the temple itself, but maybe split into two groups and try and keep an eye on the building. Maybe have one group look for one of the two groups look to see if maybe there's like a nearby, like I said, like a nearby building they can try and scale and get kind of a little bit more of a bird's eye view, and then have one, maybe the two of us on the street, kind of trying to keep an eye out street level.
Yeah, I mean that seems like a good idea.
No, probably like best like bird's eye view building that you could potentially sneak onto would be the one like to the south of it. It almost looks like an H there, right above like Starchild Street, right below the 142. That's probably the best like Overwatch sort of position if you wanted to send one person there. It's like a tall, about the same like height as the like full like telescope and like tower of the Watchers in the Sky, like about like 4 or 5 stories kind of. And it's just kind of like stacked up. And that one's just like two different like temples on each side, and it's just to a god of like light and darkness, like two different aspects almost that make up the whole. But you could sneak like one of you potentially up onto that roof. Certainly dangerous climb. But like your cut purse is probably the most apt to do something like that.
Yeah, that sounds good to me, Gail. If you
Yeah, I mean I'm fine with that. Like sending
And
Tom up.
and then that would put the other three. Where would you like to watch from?
probably yeah, so somewhere where we could keep an eye on like the main entrance. I forget which side of the building that was on.
Technically the north. But you guys have basically already also figured out that like the north and the south side are close mirrors of one each other. I think when you guys like barged in last time, you walked in on the meditation room. So to say that that's not an exit is to honor like what they do. But like when you consider like entering or leaving, the meditation room is still like it has all that potential. Um, but that's my bad. That was more a reference to how you guys walked in there last time, but to the north.
So do you think, Gail, do you think it's worth maybe having, splitting up further, having, one or two, maybe two people on the main, try to keep an eye on the main, or what we think is maybe the main north entrance, and then have somebody try and keep an eye to the south?
Yeah, it probably would be a good idea to like have eyes on both sides just to make sure.
So like if you had the cut purse is Tom, if you had Tom on that building, they would be able to see most of the south side of that building. And then like if the other two of you or the other three of you, were just like out on the street in one of these little there's almost um like street vendor kind of gods. Maybe those are like the type of thing that they sell like different like symbols and whatnot of the gods. So there's almost just like a little bit of like a like vending, or like some of them are small boosts to tiny deities, kind of thing. But that's like across the street, and you could overlook that northern exit. But what it kind of comes down to then is it's like it would be really easy, and this would be the weak point if somebody for some reason left the exit and went west and then basically started to go north from there, because it would be just outside of view of Tom, and would be a super high DC mechanically, because it's far away from his view, and somebody who's basically blocked by the building until they're on the street. He would almost just have to accidentally notice it. It's as small on his view as possible. And then it would be the type of thing where it would be a hard DC, but maybe not that hard to notice somebody essentially walking out of the main exit and immediately like cutting left. It could be as simple as like a carriage goes by and blocks the street. But otherwise, like if you guys are watching from that position, you're watching, everybody who walks out of that church.
Yeah, maybe we it's a risk, but maybe we, because if something goes wrong, we don't want to be too probably scattered. Um, so at least this way we can cover most of the.
And that's almost precisely what I was getting at, is that you kind of have like a really solid plan right there, just with like one group of most of you and then one person on Overwatch. The little bit that you're missing might not matter. This could also be the one in a million kind of chance type of thing, and something happens. But it's definitely one of those things. The more you split up, the more you'll see. But what's your like cost lost kind of like situation?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's better to risk, better to have most of us together and risk, there's a small chance of missing. And even if we can't, maybe we're on the lookout for Casmius, but if if we don't see him, maybe we take someone else if the opportunity arises. I don't know, Chris, do you think that's a decent trade-off?
Yeah, I mean that seems good to me.
Yeah, maybe that we have, if we can give Tom, what description we have, and maybe just set up like a signal, like a particular like bird call or something, if he spots something on his end, and same on, you know just some way to kind of like a way to communicate while we're separated.
Will you roll a percentile for me, Justin?
99.
I'm sorry. I was just like roll lower than my percentile. I rolled an 81. I'm like, oh sweet. And I looked over and saw your 99. Like the fucking odds. Yeah. So I'm still kind of assuming you guys, since you're planning on this like overhead kind of look right now, that we're not there. So I still have kind of Kalimtas here, and he's just gonna kind of like looking over things. This seems to be well planned, and if you all were prepared to do this, it's early in the day here. Perhaps now is the best time for you to leave and take your watch earlier than later.
I think that works for me. No sense in waiting around. I think we've got good as a plan as we're going to come up with. Would we know about something like sending stones?
Roll a Arcana with advantage. That was quite literally me rolling to see if Kalimtas was about to hand you sending stones. That's part of why I laughed at it. So,
Okay, I
yeah.
suspected it might be something like that. Yes, that'd be an 18 with advantage.
I believe we found some sending stones not too long ago. And I think one of the goblins got a hold of them. Uh, if you can find Terry Chin, you might be able to get him to give up the location of them. But otherwise, uh, you could try with Major Sodides and see if she has them. It's not a bad choice to be able to speak to each other, to be an hour late to your watch. So, could take you about an hour to find Terry and ask Terry for a second chance to see if the Twin Star Marauders can give you them. Take about an hour to go to Midras Oddities. So you can make that decision whether you want to check with the first one. If you fail that, you can then make the decision if you want to check with the second one. Either way, basically, you can get to this watch in, between presently and 2 hours from now.
Yeah, so maybe I don't know, Chris. I'm thinking maybe we check with the goblin first, see if we get lucky, and then if we can decide if we want to go to Madrits. And do we? I guess we don't really have an idea of how much they probably cost a bit. But I'd say probably let's while we're here maybe see if we can get lucky with the so you talk to the goblin.
I think you could probably know. What did you say your Arcana check was there? It was like 20s, right?
I think it was 18 or 19 with total ended up.
Yeah. So I thinking they're an uncommon about 500 to 1,000. So I would say it's pretty easy for you to know that like 1,500 probably buys them.
Okay. I don't think I have that much. I don't know how much Gale has.
Yeah, not that much.
Yeah, something to keep in mind to purchase though, because it could definitely come in handy. But I think maybe for now, then we just see if we can get lucky with the goblin, and then if we don't, we just take our chances.
Yeah, I mean, Terrashin's a great goblin. Can probably tell us where they are if they have them.
Yeah. If you're gonna go after Terry, I'm just gonna put that on a. Yeah. Let me just get a tracking from either of you. One of you can roll it, but it's basically just a straight roll, and whoever has the best chance at tracking down Terry.
Just tracking that would be survival, right?
Oh yeah, my bad. Survival. I love Call of Cthulhu because I feel like it's like the language just fits my brain better. That's pretty solid though. What's your modifier there, Gail? Is that an intelligence, like a +5?
No, that's wisdom, so that's a +0.
All right, gotcha. Um, yeah, I'm gonna say, yeah, I totally know where one of them is. But if you needed both of them, it's probably gonna take me some time to get them. And we already claimed them, so you got to bring them back too. But you can borrow 'em. So, not necessarily something that you have to suffer through. If you guys feel like you need sending stones to do this, we can basically say you guys wait a day and you're watching tomorrow, kind of thing. We'll continue playing from that moment as far as things go. But that's what I would kind of say. Like, narratively speaking, if you need the sending stones, Harry can loan them to you one day from now.
I think we're going to be close enough that we probably don't need them for this particular operation. Chris, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree with that. Okay, we can probably make a signal or something we can hear.
Do either of you have message?
I do not.
Yeah, nah, neither does Gale. Not sending either.
Well, sending I think is 5th level magic. Message is just a cantrip, but super, super convenient for a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and trying to think from where we are, and then where Tom is going to be. It's too far, I think, because unfortunately, minor illusion is only it's only a 30-foot range. Because I was thinking like I could make something big enough that he could see, like up in the air, almost like a flare kind of thing. But it might be too far, or might not be visible enough.
Kalimtassel just
Ooh, I
kind of
can.
like looking to Gale. Oh, what's the distance on prestidigitation? How far away can you cast that?
That is only 10 feet.
And what just caught your eye there, Dalton?
Is the 30-foot range, is that for the sound aspect as well? Like the sound only travels 30 feet?
Still on prestidigitation, or is this back to
Minor illusion, sorry.
illusion? No, no, you're good. I just confused myself by offering the other option. Uh,
Because it
I
says like
feel like that's audible.
if you create a sound, its volume can range from a whisper to a scream, but like the range slash is only 30 feet. So I'm wondering, because it's illusory, if it just kind of like within those 30 feet, it can be as loud as you want, but out of that, it's almost like it like.
Yeah, I think that's almost precisely what it ends up being kind of thing. Is it's like auditory to 30 feet. Because you're almost like entering. Ooh, see, I would just say it kind of limits the volume of the scream. Not that it would almost seem fakely quiet to have a blood curdling scream. And that's why the DC of minor illusion tends to be lower you know what I mean?
Yeah, yep.
I feel like
Okay.
you as a wizard almost get better at recognizing like when you're like a lot high level wizard, if you were to do this like try to trick someone, you would almost make it more of like a groan, knowing that the sound only goes like that you don't want it to be a blood curdling scream. But yeah, I feel like that makes more sense than like that there's a point where you walk and it goes from like the lowest lane scream to silence. But I
I
think you guys kind of cut on the idea that I think you could easily accomplish, and um, well, we could signal through candles. I have a spyglass, and we could acquire a second spyglass and see one and light a candle for uh, this kind of threat. You could light a second candle for another threat. Uh, and Tom just like looking back and forth to you, kind of like looking like, do we need to signal with candles? Because like that's potentially simple enough. You guys only have to be like in those booths, like if you want to fake being, like in a place that people are kind of like coming and going. I was kind of like alluding to that's almost like high traffic, people like walking off of the street into shops and then walking out kind of thing. Versus there's still alleyways and whatnot that you could like light a candle on like a little signal stand. Like some of them had those mirrored stands, so it almost casts the light forward anyways, like magnifying it. But you guys also, spyglasses are a thing. So Tom has a spyglass. It's just two lenses wrapped with leather.
Yeah, I didn't think of that, but yeah, maybe we could.
Sometimes the mundane items are magical because we have to think about it. And Tom just kind of like looks at somebody who, your magical powers are well beyond what he could understand.
Do have a tendency to overthink things on occasion. I have to admit that. But yes, maybe should be able to spare some time. Perhaps get a spyglass, maybe a couple different colored candles. I think that's a good idea, Tom.
I never thought about buying a candle that burns a different color. Perhaps you magical people have a purpose after all. Tom like had like just normal candles. And I don't know if you were talking about actually like a candle that burns red or a candle that burns blue, but there's 100% now colored candles as far as I'm concerned. Because it would make sense that somebody would magically just be like, yeah, this wick's gonna burn pink.
Oh, I was thinking more like the color of the wax itself, like a red
Yeah,
candle
I don't
or
think
a
their
white candle.
lenses would be nearly that good. I guess realistically they probably could be, but it's just more expensive of a spyglass. But yeah, as far as things go, you're welcome to get anything from colored wax candles to like burning different colors. But I think it would be cool if you just say if you wanted a red candle that it actively burns red. And then a spyglass if you I'm not talking about like a telescope here, but like an actual spyglass. You could just get one from Kalimtas or Zeneth for this mission, unless you guys wanted to add it, which you could just like replace it. But they've got one ready for you, so you don't have to go to a shop.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe we borrow the spyglass, and then yeah. I mean, so I feel like something then prestidigitation is something we could use to make the candle. You know, the flames seem to be a different color, and then we just come up with a system. A red. A red flame or is danger. The white flame is.
Um, whose sidekick is Tom? It's Chris, right? Chris, roll a percentile for me.
91.
I could certainly pick up colored candles to have it another time, but I have traditional candles now. You all can use your magic to create light that I can see, but for me to signal you, I can again just light one, two, or three, or perhaps different things. So same idea kind of goes out. Like if you want colored candles, we can definitely do something and color coordinate it. But as far as like what Tom has equipment wise right now, it's candles. And he's the one who's limited. I think minor illusion or prestidigitation are both genius ideas for you guys to signal. And I think either of them would basically work for, making either of those color differences. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so maybe Tom does like the Paul Revere style, one if
Yeah,
yeah,
and
so
you guys
just
could do the same thing. If you say 3 is danger to the west, you each could do 3 lights. Like I don't think, right next to each other kind of thing. So that signal can be universal. If you go for colors, you could then make them the color needed. But yeah, whatever you guys want to determine, I think you have ideas of what different warnings you would preset are.
so maybe if going from the cardinal directions, if we stick with the idea of using a different number of candles, we call north 1, east 2, south 3, and west 4.
Do we need 4? The dangers are on the east side that they leave through the main exit or through the meditation hall. And then on the west side that they go north or that they go south. But which ones do we? So this is me kind of saying like, what are those? Like, how does the cardinal direction help you? Versus you almost need to isolate it to like the combination there. I feel like maybe 1 is east and north, 2 is east and south, 3 is west and north. You know what I mean? My bad. I rolled really high for Tom to be helpful there as a strategist.
Uh, yeah. So so essentially, use kind of a, different number of candles for different directions, but maybe not be just the straight northeast southwest.
Do you have any better ideas on how to do it, Chris?
No, I don't. Don't. Yeah, no.
Because like 1 or 3 with that would be somebody left the north exit and they're going this way or that way, like this street or that.
Yeah, I see what you mean. We like once they go north or south, but then which way do they turn? Yeah, we want to.
Oh, I just did that wrong. My bad. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah,
The marker?
so maybe we'll say what 1 is north east, north and then east. 2 is north and then west. 3 is south and then east, and 4 is south and then turning west.
Yeah, I feel like using it as the like corners of the to call it journal on a map. The
Oh, like
legend.
the legend, yeah.
I can't think of what the compass. The corners on the compass, like using those are the best because it still leaves a problem with like somebody who goes from the eastern, like from the meditation exit, and then goes like westward. I don't know. It's going to create problems regardless, but it's just kind of to like isolate like how well you guys are kind of preparing ahead of time for this.
Yeah, no, that no, that makes sense to me.
So I think with the 4 different candles kind of set up as how Tom will signal you guys. And then you guys can signal him, because that's the other thing too. He's only watching. He's really watching is somebody heading north on, I don't have a street name for that, but that street that is west of the church, or are they heading south along that route? That's kind of what he's watching. And you guys see his vision would also be most blocked in reference to anybody who left through the meditation room and immediately went towards the street of 1,000 gods.
Yeah, I guess the other thing is because he's going to be up on the building, he's probably not going to be able to get down quite as fast. So it's almost more like it needs to be he needs to be we
Part of
need
what
to
I was going for was the cut purse as the climber. So I think he's going to be super agile as far as like second story work. There we go.
okay, okay.
So you can kind of count on him to like up and down on that building is nothing for Tom.
Okay, but I see your point about like he's only going to have good visibility in certain directions, and same with us on the street.
Yeah, I just feel like I kind of failed to like bring up that south from the meditation rooms on the street of 1,000 gods is definitely part of the weak point as well. Because of how his view is blocked by those like 2 rows of buildings kind of in that direction. But like it's still in your view where you guys would be. And it would be more so if you were like at 149 and looking like north. I mean, that might even be the solution, is to stay near that building like 149 in that alleyway and look north. You're like directly east of the south exit. So you would see everybody who would leave from there. But that it then puts your weak point on people who again leave through the north exit and immediately go west.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, I think we're just going to have to come to grips with we can't keep perfect eyes on all exits, and maybe we just pick which one we want to have. You know, which area are we most comfortable with not having a good line of sight on, and just take the chance.
Yeah, my bad. I'm making this too complicated for sure, because I want this to be pretty much simple for both of you. When you come to this watching point, what specialty do you want to provide for the group that you guys are going to take the role here? And basically, you guys can just choose like, um, you know, how are you going to, are you sitting back just trying to be persuasive? Are you trying to do like insight could be just as good for Dalton to do something different than what like Gale is doing. So you guys are doing 2 different things, and it's like Gale's watching with his eyes, watching what people are doing. You're like watching with like your, empathy comes to mind, but basically using insight to read people kind of thing. But 2 different skills from you guys. What do you guys want to do while you are scoping out the outside of the Temple of the Watcher in the Skies?
Yeah, so maybe Dalton. Yeah, so maybe Dalton is going to try and focus not so much on like appearances, but like body language. Like, is somebody moving particularly furtively? Like they uh, don't want to be seen going in or out. Um, or maybe like are some people like in terms of like what they're wearing, like they seem like, I mean, obviously it can be a little far away, so it's not going to be a great view, but like are they wearing like nicer clothes versus more basic clothes?
All right, my bad. We're still looking to capture one of them. So, like, do you need somebody who's acting shady, or do you need somebody who's almost distracted? Because you're really looking primarily for one of the priests, and then right somebody to capture, potentially having it be Casmius again.
Oh, good. Yep. No, that's a good
I
point.
feel like my like example was like overly paranoid and put you on immediately like a different kind of like like watching over.
Yeah. So maybe I mean, we probably want to try and maybe get somebody one who who's alone, so rather than go into a group. Um, but yeah, maybe somebody who, yeah, maybe keep an eye out for somebody who seems like you said, like distracted or not paying like a whole lot of attention, or who maybe is like even weaving a little, who might which might suggest they might have been drinking a bit, or probably want somebody maybe with no like visible weapons, like who might not who'll be less likely to put up a fight, that kind of thing.
Gotcha. So I think that puts it back then to I don't know, kind of like perception. I feel like is where that kind of sits. You're looking at someone's overall qualities.
Yeah, I think perception probably makes the most sense. I don't think I think I'd have to be closer to see like real like body language and like facial expressions to have it be something like insight. I mean, they're both uh, yeah. I mean, mechanically, there's no difference for me between those two, but I think perception probably is the makes the most sense.
Yeah. So I think alone and like inebriated might be easier to pick up with perception. Distracted and like low attention might be easier to pick up with an insight.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with perception.
Gotcha. And what is Gail trying to do here? How are you helping the team?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking as well. Because what can he do from? I mean, he can keep a lookout as well, but maybe like try to keep out for. It's not double up on perception, but let's see, like religious symbol, like maybe I try to see their ranking, I guess. Like if they're like an acolyte or someone a bit higher up or like priest or so like feel like if we take someone who's like really low totem, then we might not get too much information.
So I'll give you guys effectively just that straight roll if you guys want to go forward with that. What I will say before you do roll is that I feel like this is doubling up on two perceptive qualities of just kind of isolating it. But there is the thought like if you want to approach people who leave the temple, if you get close and interact with them, I'll give you the chance that you are like actively looking for religious paraphernalia and I'll let you roll religion. So you'll have like two different checks that you're doing it against, which is a lot more potential information that you can find. Um, but that's kind of where I'm gonna sit it is it's I don't know, wanna say like you might think of another way to approach this. Perhaps Dalton wants to change what he's going to do. Because that's one of the things. Like you guys are outside of the church, you're not going to put yourselves right in front of them like this way. But do you want to do something here where maybe you're a merchant and Dalton could put on a performance to try to get awfully close to them and you know it's almost like pickpocket levels of close, and you could pick up different information by doing something. I don't know. Other is kind of what I'm getting at. If you had other creative ways to potentially scout this person before you ever do something to them.
Yeah, I was actually almost just thinking something kind of along those lines. Is like, what if we essentially we bought up a bunch of these kind of like like quote unquote like relics, that like some of these religious relics that are being sold, and then kind of maybe Dalton could pose as like a peddler, um, and kind of approach like essentially trying to like strong sell people, and that would give him excuse to get closer. Um,
Do
what do you
either
think?
of you have mending?
I do not have mending.
There's like two-wheel push cart that's in the alley, like between 148 and that like L-shaped building above 149. But there's like a two-wheel push cart, and like the second wheel is broken, so like you could buy some goods and like fill the cart with some things and like push it up to somebody, but you have to balance it on that like left wheel, like while you're doing everything. That might help sell, that might not help sell. But there is like a push cart nearby if you wanted to buy a bunch of things and fill it.
Yeah, maybe it could do that, and Dalton could even kind of weave that into his sales pitch, like, my wagon broke, and he's desperate to like sell this so he can have enough to repair it, kind of thing.
Can you get in on this con, Gail? Is there anything that you could help kind of go for?
Not sure.
So just as a thought to like get you guys kind of like out there, I definitely like the idea of Dalton doing this sale like that. Um, Chris, if you would be okay with Gale, you could easily basically do a religion check to try to sell some of these trinkets, and like the two of you could be like the same like merchant for that cart. You could play into trying to balance the cart while you like overtalk Gale because Gale's making a pitch and you're trying to do a pitch. There's a lot of different ways that you could do that, but I would say like a performance and a like religion from like something like that would definitely be good. If you want to continue forward with Dalton up there making a performance, and Gail going forward with a perception, that's what it sounds like at present.
Yeah, I was thinking we could almost like I mean, this could backfire if we create too much of a distraction, but almost like if Gale was going to also pretend to be a merchant, and then like this is my spot, this is where I sell from, your um but I feel like that could backfire if we get too loud with it, but it might
You can
serve to
see how things go there. If you haven't caught on yet, this is about to be a skill check to see if you guys can take this guy. That's part of why I was trying to separate into two checks, and part of why I was trying to stress like the importance of two perceptions from you guys is like one perception check. You have two chances at succeeding now, but you can only get one success out of it. Um, so I'd say at this point, unless you can think of something that you're going to kind of switch that like up on with Gale, I'd say let's go for
Oh,
the first.
I might have something. Uh, just because I've been reading it through I built this a bit. I have like a manifest mind thing with Gale, where he can like conjure forth the mind of his spell book. It's a spectral, intangible, but the thing is, I can like see from it, like hear and see and everything, and it has a telepathic link with me that shares what it sees and hears. So I was thinking like
Gotcha.
maybe it is 60 feet, so I have to be like 60 feet within, but like keep that like on. I can be like
So
ghost tomes, like give that to.
you can see from where most people are not going to expect you to see from. You guys are about to do something where you're trying to be kind of like scandalous salesman. Can you think of any way that you could use that with a partner to basically confidence man somebody into a situation that they don't want to be in? Does Dalton have any ideas? Like, can you? Dalton at least has a criminal kind of background, where he might be a little more prone to think of shady things you could do when he finds out that Gale can see from, you said, 60 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is the yeah actually yeah, and Dalton is a charlatan. That's his background. So he's probably pulled at least a couple of stunts like this before. I mean, we could like if we so Dalton's playing the kind of the kind of pushy merchant, and hmm, I was almost thinking like Gale comes up and says like he saw somebody stealing something from his cart, one of the priests, and then it's like you know kind of pull him aside. Let's like discuss this. Um, I'm trying to think how we could use the kind of the telepathic the ability of the book to see.
So here, I'm gonna give you this because you're a charlatan. With any level of this, and these people are like, damn, the tip of my tongue. When like a sports person like always wears the same like pair of underwear that they've worn since college,
Oh, superstitious. Yeah.
superstitious. These people are superstitious. If you can see from where you're not supposed to be from, you guys can predict things that are not possible to see. Like you could real time talk this person out of anything because you guys can basically make a, like charlatan kind of like, I can always pick what ball the cup is under because I can see through his eyes. You know what I mean? Like you guys can make any level of scams by kind of like playing into the fact that like you have the ability to see what you can't see. I just want you to describe the scam to me. My bad. Maybe I'm just going too far ahead with it.
Well, so I'm thinking like a 3 card Monty type of situation. Um, Definitely getting that vibe where okay, so maybe Dalton kind of like as part of um trying to sell these things, he says like he says like they've got some magical properties, and if I hold one of these in my hand, like um you know uh if you um because let me see, I don't think I have a pack of cards or anything like that, but essentially thinking like, all right, well, if you can talk to one of the
I feel like a charlatan always has their scam. So if you want to make a pack of cards to do something, you certainly have them. But like the what's it called? The Mani is one of the most popular things. I could certainly think of ways that you could use that, but like um, do you have any scandalous thoughts to Gale about how he could, basically take somebody's superstition and use it against them? Otherwise, I'm perfectly fine to let you guys like move forward with these as checks, and you can just, again, performance. It sounds like from Dalton, and with Gale, you can just decide like what check do you want to do, because it can still be perception even with your arcane spellbook.
I can't get all the way there with the. I definitely like the idea of using um, Gale's abilities to try and run a scam. I just can't get there at the moment.
Here's what I was getting at is I feel like if you guys could have described the scam to me, I was going to give you an auto success. The idea of it sounds absolutely adorable, and the exact way you would scam every ounce of money off of a priest who lives to predict the future. But again, I'll give you guys the actual roles to see what you can do here. Um, and we can go forward with it like that. But I think you've got a solid go at it. But again, like does that sound good to you, Dalton, to do a performance?
I think that's kind of now with the Hawker persona he's going to put on performance. Yep.
Excellent. And where are you at, Gail? Still doing perception? Do you have a better thought on doing it as kind of like another salesman?
Oh, and Dalton is also going to try to improve his act. He is going to disguise himself. Essentially, he's going to cast disguise self. Well, that only lasts an hour, though.
Do you have like disguise kit proficiencies? Because that's like long term like makeup effects.
Oh,
Disguise self.
I do have a disguise kit and proficiency. And then the other thing I was thinking was I'm going to kind of like, obviously I don't want to be standing out around as a merchant in like armor and armed to the teeth. So I would probably try and want to keep them within easy reach, but maybe put them like in the bottom of the cart, like underneath some of the other wares.
Gotcha. Yeah, you
To
can
try
put
to
them in
help.
the bottom of the cart, no problem. If you wanted to ahead of time, like attach them to the actual like bottom underside of the cart, that could be like a nice little option. Disguise kits, again, this is one of the things I was kind of picking for was kind of creative ways you could help this happen. Disguise kit, I would say, is your first chance to turn this into um a like part of the challenge is to just do a good disguise for yourself. So let me just start with that disguise kit roll from you.
Sure. So that be sleight of hand or also performance?
Disguise kit, I think, is going to end up being probably a charisma check with disguise kit as the proficiency. So you're proficient if you have it, you're half proficient if you don't.
Okay.
Because that's the thing. You might have a disguise kit, but not proficiency. You might have the disguise kit and proficiency.
Gotcha. Okay, so so I do have it. I am proficient. So
And then
so
just charisma check as far as what the D20 is modified by.
okay, so that would make this a +7 on the D20. So it'd be a 17.
Gotcha. Does Gail have anything that you could do before setting off that could help you guys be successful, like in preparation?
No, I don't think so. Not anything that would help here.
Gotcha. So you said 17 was the total there? So you
Yeah.
guys can get yourselves well situated in kind of like looking like somebody who spends all of their time that they can here um, sharing the wonderful words of the many gods, as many gods as you can possibly collect, so you can sell them. But effectively, you guys make a really good effort into like preparing these kind of like personas that you'll look like. So you have like actual outfits that generally cover your at least like non-militaristic items. So, like you were saying, like wearing chainmail right now, probably not a great time to do it. but it shows a little bit, not so much that it's like blatant that you are in metal armor. But I don't think any of you are. But good disguises. You can go ahead with advantage on that performance check for actually like approaching some people.
All right. So
My
that
bad.
would be. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I asked a few times, Malchin, but are you still doing the perception? You can roll that.
Yeah, I'm still doing the perception. Yeah.
Gotcha. And you can have advantage for your arcane arcane book. What was your total there, Dalton?
So performance will be a 21 with advantage.
What was your perception there, Malchin? The 13 plus.
Yeah, that's a total of 10 with advantage. I rolled a 7 and a 1.
Oh, wait, what did I see? I swear I saw 13. Was it just because it was like cocked, but like the numbers it told you were 7 and 1?
Yeah, because the 13 is like
Gotcha.
basically like between the 13 and the 1, but it's showing as a 1.
That's quite literally the like only thing that I don't like about Owlbear Rodeo is I love simulated dice, but I would love for the simulator just to like at the end when it decides what they are to level out the platform. Just just level it. But yeah, awesome. So we will kind of go forward there with you guys find somebody who kind of fits into what you're looking for. You can kind of get them close to the cart, and you have a moment where it seems like the streets all around you are like attention is flown like away from you kind of thing. And you have like this person's like full attention. Did you want to like throw them into the cart and try to take them? Do you want to like just kind of keep their attention and like start walking them somewhere? Or would you like to like kind of move it from like a sales pitch of distracting them into questioning them right there on the street? But right now you basically have the attention of we're gonna go with Sister Francis, as she's basically leaving through that like north gate. And um she's coming through the east side, the main exit, and she's starting to walk north when she gets when you get her attention. But how would you like to proceed from having her like in the grips of your kind of pitch?
So
You meant
if yeah, if we seem to be um kind of a little bit, there's not like a big crowd around us. Kind of Dalton's going to continue kind of making a bunch of like hand gestures and doing the sales pitch, but he's going to try to essentially, if he can, like without her noticing it, cast sleep on her.
Gotcha. Yeah. So my idea was this is any given amount of time, but it's basically like at least a moment where you see that like everybody around you is looking somewhere else, not paying attention to this. So yeah, you take that moment to cast sleep. Um, let's go for kind of want to just say Arcana or for a normal spell attack, but I feel like Arcana is better than that. No, your normal spell attack might be your best option.
My spell attack is +7. My Arcana is only +1. But I'm good with
Gotcha.
Arcana if you want to do that way.
No, no, no. I think spell attack was my original idea to make this more of like an attack, but it's specifically like just to take this person. It's how well you're doing it. Yeah, I think the spell attack sounds good. When he's going to put this person to sleep, what does Gale like? Do you have any thoughts on how you can help? There's about to be a sleeping person directly in front of you. Um, do you want to do more magic? Do you want to?
I think Gale will like prepare to well catch the person. I think like when they fall asleep, like get in position to like catch her so that she doesn't just like fall.
Gotcha. Give me an acrobatics. Could also be athletics if you were by chance better at that. Um, you do medicine. But yeah, let me get I think the spell attack and whatever you wanted to roll.
Okay, so it would be a 21 for the spell attack for me.
Oh, could I go medicine?
Yeah, when I say you can roll the medicine check, it's obviously going to be a little bit different, but you can most certainly do it. That's part of why I ask you guys like what you want to roll. Is quite often I'm just looking at the different possible rolls. Usually at a list of what your character does, trying to think of something that might be a better chance, but it's a different result.
Yeah, no, I think I'll go with the acrobatics because I feel like that would fit more. But I'm gonna use my inspiration just in case.
Gotcha. So yeah, we have the 21 for the attack, and
15 total for the acrobatics.
all right, yeah, I think that looks good. So I would say, Justin, can you tell me what you casting sleep looks like when you are basically successfully, like face to face, putting somebody to sleep?
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the.
This doesn't necessarily have to be based on the spell. This is just like I'm kind of trying to like switch it up a little bit on what I ask of you guys. But like, can you narrate like how you put this person to sleep? Like from this point, like very successfully, you've already done it. But like,
Yeah, so I think he's like I said, he's kind of like he's weaving like kind of he's using a lot of hand gestures as he's like trying to do this sales pitch. Um, and I think he's like almost like kind of like he goes to like put one hand like he like kind of like an like, oh, come on, let me show you a little bit closer kind of thing, and almost just like with his other hand he kind of just like um I don't know if you've ever seen I forget the movie, but it's like dark something, but it's like he just like kind of puts his hand like kind of down, like he's almost like he's like not touching her face, but like he's closed, like he wants to like close her eyes. He's gonna kind of like whisper sleep.
gotcha.
It was
So like you're like making these different symbols with your fingers and kind of like forming like the power of the weave like into your hand. And each time you're like kind of making these flashy kind of movements like towards them, they like feel the like contact and like point where you kind of like touch. You're not actually physically touching them, but you like send this power like into these little nodes of like effectively like it's their karma, like their energy, the points they always put the needles through. I can't think of it offhand, but you're like going through these like nodes where our central nervous system are, and she like feels this contact and like it's like meditative and calming. You guys can see as each one of these little movements, you're like placing these like lit up almost like runes like into her flesh and like lighting up these like chakra points, and just as she goes down and you like finish casting this spell like through these little movements, Gale very quickly like cradles her head from like slamming into the cart, but you guys like have her slid into the cart, and that layer that like covered your extra like weapons in the cart right over top of her. You start to move the little trinkets on top of that. You guys like have her like kind of like stuffed into the cart in a quick little instant here. You don't think anybody would have seen you. You have the chance to try to like step off and just start to move on your way. You can kind of continue as there's a little bit more activity potentially ahead before things might calm down in like full darkness, and you can go on your way then. What do you think is the next step as you kind of like cover up this person who you basically just put to sleep?
So Dalton definitely wants to kind of get off the the street and get a little bit more seclusion before we try to start kind of speaking to her. Um, could I? Is one of my kind of level 6 magical secrets I took enlarge reduce. Can I to try to essentially make her weigh less, like reduce her size?
How long
Um,
does enlarge reduce last for?
it only lasts a minute, so it's only just to really kind of like give us a chance to maybe make her less visible and weigh a little bit less so we can get off the street. And it's also concentration, so I could drop it, but it will only last the
Sleep is
maximum of a
not
minute.
concentration though, right?
No, sleep
how-
is just
And
yeah.
is that 10 minutes? Or is sleep an hour?
Sleep
Ooh,
is
actually,
a
sleep
minute.
is also only a minute, so we do not have a lot of time.
Gotcha. So here's the thing, like I'll give you the cheese inside of the like wheelbarrow, like the cart. It's just difficult to deal with having a person in there. If you were to reduce her, it's much easier to deal with moving the cart around with her reduced. And then if you got rid of all the trinkets, it would be even easier to move her around. So those are kind of like the four different states I'll tell you like you could kind of immediately transition to. Like throw out the trinkets and like put the like, covering just over her. Um Keep all of the trinkets and her like in there, or reduce her, throw out the trinkets, or reduce her and keep the trinkets.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe reduce and um, discard the trinkets. Almost like pretend,
Gotcha.
almost kind of like try and pretend that it was like accidental, like it spills.
So you're
Like
going for that level. Are you going to keep the cart? You could like wrap up that same tarp around all of your goods, shrink her into like the palm of your hand kind of thing, and make a movement for an alleyway to where you have some like cover a minute later.
well, I think I probably have to keep the car because the reduce only reduces her halfway in size.
Okay. So she would be like 2.5 feet tall if she was 5.
So I could probably carry her. Um, so I mean, I don't know how like big a
Potentially, you
person
could
she is.
carry her with the cover still. Um, but yeah, it's definitely one of those things. It just depends how far you want to go for it. Having some of your stuff in the cart under the cover and carrying her seems like the most problematic part about her size and getting rid of the cart.
Yeah, so that's why I was thinking maybe keep the cart, but I was thinking like because you had mentioned it's like one of the wheels is broken, so well
Yeah,
keeping
that's
her
why
in
I
the
was
cart.
discarded in the first place.
Yeah, so in order to like get some of the kind of the trinkets out, just like almost
Yeah,
kind of
throw those
accidentally.
trinkets out, move her over on that left side so she's closest to the wheel and it's easiest to balance because you don't have any counterweight on like the rest of the cart. And you start to brake for the east, and you want to go like, are you trying to make it to Discourse Street and get back on a main road, or do you want to go like from Discourse Street into kind of like, what is it, almost like God's Day Circle there? That's almost like a campus of that like one religion has like 11 different buildings there kind of thing.
Yeah. So it's still kind of like it's like midday, early.
No, no,
Um,
this is dusk. This is dusk.
okay, okay. So yeah, maybe if we think maybe the campus might be a little bit quieter around this time at dusk, maybe we try to get to there, and then because I feel like if we don't want to be too much on a main street, if we can get um to like God Stay Circle, I think maybe go for that.
Gotcha. So it's another really good use of magic. I'm just gonna say go for another spell attack on using the enlarge reduce. And then Gail, how can you assist in this? Do you have some sort of magic you would like to produce to try to assist your getaway?
And that's a 21 that time for the spell attack as well.
Very solid.
I feel like I have not too much utility magic. Huh. Yeah, no, I don't think I have.
One thing to keep up with on a wizard, it's really important to deal some damage, but it's also a lot of opportunity to be very high utility. Um, so you guys are really doing like some movement there. Um, I don't know, like helping kind of like steady the card is certainly something that you could do, but we already know he's kind of successful with his. So I would say without some random kind of cool like tip of the hat, it sounds like you're just kind of like almost looking around and just kind of confirming that like that first alley you guys dipped into, nobody was really like spotting you. It doesn't seem like as you like get into that like first kind of behind those brown buildings right above 149, crossing over between like the circle building, like those brown ones there, and that kind of concrete looking one. You cross Discourse Street, seemingly kind of like in just like a break where a lot of people are facing to the north, a lot are facing to the south. Not many in that like initial wall of bodies are like even looking at you as you slip across like Frogger, kind of getting across to the other side and kind of getting in between those buildings. There's certainly like those points of calm where there's solid, nobody's really looking in this direction here. And this is, at least for now, a spot that people just are like non-cognizant of. You're basically, that's just right across the street of Discourse Street, right where I put that little blue line below. I don't even know what to name that building. The building that is west of 157, northwest of it.
Yep, I see the blue mark. Yeah.
So that is an initial like success on like that skill check. Like you're in a safety point. If you guys have better thoughts of where you want to kind of like open up this person, like let them have enlarge reduce like end, that's fine. It might be more difficult to get to them, but at present, like this is the kind of like street where people are walking by occasionally, but nobody's like looking down here. You're in like a dark shadowy little space, unless you could obviously like shoot like a dragon pistol down there and maybe get some attention, but unless you do something exorbitant, you have like a level of privacy that the city offers. Um, so any thoughts before she kind of like comes conscious again?
Yeah, I don't think Dalton's going to want to risk trying to, especially because we only, he knows that his spells only last a minute. Um, or these spells that he casts are only last a minute. So I think he's going to be, this seems, quiet enough. Um,
Do we have
Hey.
any way to tie her up? Like that?
We should have some rope still. Well, we might
I
have
assume
used.
regardless, you guys, if you want rope, you probably would have thought of that ahead of time to grab some rope. I don't
Yeah, I
think
was
there's
thinking,
any
especially
reason
once
to
we.
say that you can't.
Yeah, sorry. I was thinking, especially once we decided we might be kidnapping somebody. Yeah, rope would be a safe bet.
Yeah, a lot of the PHB mundane items, I am 100% behind you guys starting to collect these items at random times. You can have them without paying for them. But like, you just have to tell me, like, I don't know, that you want something and we can usually find it kind of thing. Um, don't assume that you have every single one. You know what I mean? Just make it realistic what you want to do. I feel like you guys should have rope if all of you want to carry rope.
Yeah, but it's not like, like randomly we have a block and tackle and pythons and climbing gear, like stuff like that. Yeah, we'd have to.
Yeah, like block and tackle is one of the mundane items I have on like my top 10 list. I love carrying them, but be cognizant that that's also something heavy. But like for a fighter or a barbarian, I 100% am down for them to own block and tackles. Um, but yeah, like I said, I think the difference is they're like 15 pounds or something. They're heavy.
Yeah, yeah.
So you guys kind of prepare yourselves, tie her up. Are you gagging her? Are you binding her mouth at first? Or are you just hoping to go directly into questioning her and like calming her? Do you have calm emotions?
It would be nice if I did, but I do not. But I think if we're tying her up, we should gag her, because if she comes to and realizes she's tied up, her if first instinct may be to scream, and that would be not good.
Karina like kind of like looks at you and like a gag's always a good choice. And she'll pull out like this like small like leather like just single braid. It almost looks like a necklace or like a collar. But as she puts it into this woman's mouth, you can see that like one portion has like an extra strap of leather wrapped around it, specifically to like pull back on her lips so she can't fully bite down. And Karina will kind of like put it around her neck. Uh, all right, well, that prepares her for that, and she'll check like the knots that she just tied on her hands. That prepares her for that. You said sleep would be ending soon here. When you stopped your enlarger deuce, how long until she wakes up? And Korean will just like look to you. Tell me when you're ready for her to wake up.
Another 10, 15 seconds, I should think. Because I would have, yeah. So I dropped concentration on enlarge reduce once we got kind of here. Sleep, I don't think I can, or can I? Because I don't think it's concentration, so I don't know if I can end the spell early.
You can wake her up if you wanted to. My
Oh yeah,
general point was, yeah, it's like I had to basically assume that you end in large reduce before you tie her up. So once you guys are in that alleyway, I was like forcing you, kind of assuming you would drop that. But yeah, you can wake her up, you could punch her, or you could just wait. And you definitely know when a spell ends.
yeah. So maybe we'll just go ahead and kind of like uh, I'll to her question, Dalton will be like, the reason we can't wake her up now. The quicker we get this over with, the better. And he'll go to kind of relatively gently shake her awake. Um,
Just like a shoulder shake.
yeah, exactly.
So as she comes to, her eyes immediately blast open, like massive dilation, complete fear response. she thrashes hard as she can against the bindings. Breaking out a good bit on the ropes, more than you would expect, but she's not free. But like one big hard tug, like certainly put some like um tension, I feel like is the wrong word, but like almost expands them. So it's like if she could like was left alone, she could work her way out of these. You don't know how long it would take her to get out. But she's just in an absolute fear response. Um, Gagged enough that she's not like being real loud, but it's definitely uncomfortable that she's making this amount of noise. But theoretically, like you guys are still good. She needs to make more noise than that. But this is just the moment she comes to.
Yeah, so Dalton is going to probably kind of his hand is still on her shoulder from shaking her awake. He's going to kind of like press down, as she starts thrashing. He's going to try to essentially like kind of like almost like press down harder, and he's going to kind of say to her, "Don't want to hurt you. You need to be quiet." But he's also, yeah, so he'll do that. Yeah.
Gotcha. So I'm gonna proactively ask for a roll from Gale here. But Dalton, overall, do you think you're gonna stick with being intimidating with this person?
Uh, yeah, I think. I mean, we've tied her up, so it's
Gotcha.
not like we can persuade her to. I think intimidation is, yeah.
So let me get the intimidation here with advantage. How do you think Gale's going to be approaching this? Are you about to like good cop, bad cop? Do you want to be intimidating as well? Do you want to? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm thinking Gail's gonna try to be like good cop with that, seeing that Dalton is going the intimidating route. So he'll like let him start first, then probably like seeing how it goes, like cut in with the good cop routine.
Sound good for a persuasion there?
Yeah,
All right, let me get a persuasion from you. And Dalton, you just had a 20,
It'll be a 21
21.
total.
and a nat one from so that's actually a 0 by then. Yeah.
Solid, but you do gain inspiration. So yeah, I would kind of chuckle because when I woke up, I rolled a nat one for her. I tried to break the ropes and I rolled, just mediocre. But I was definitely thinking if I gave her inspiration, like if I took inspiration when I rolled ones, probably be pretty interesting. And that one tells me that she really should have had an advantage to try to break out of these ropes. So I'm gonna roll here with advantage, see if she can bust free. Rolled another nat one. And a 12, which was what I rolled before. So yeah, she's like pulling at these bindings, potentially able to like get free as she kind of like is thrashing about here. But as you kind of like throw these threats to her, you kind of have a little sense of where she starts to like mellow for a moment and is like kind of calming the noise. Not necessarily like persuaded, but there's definitely like a moment of like at least let me hear what you have for right now. So theoretically you've got a good start on her. Um, what do you do next?
So kind of seeing she seems to calm at least for momentarily. Dalton's going to continue. We're going to ask you some questions. You're going to answer them. Do that. That's the end of it. Let you go. Go on your way. Don't answer or scream. And at that point, Dalton will kind of pull out a dagger, just like not like threatening her with it, but just holding it. So, keep trying to escape. starts screaming. Don't answer our questions. Less, uh, less fortuitous for you. Understand?
Looks over towards Gale, looks to you, looks to Karina, nods with understanding.
So Dalton will at that point he'll nod to Karina. He's gonna stay there, kind of holding the knife, at kind of at the ready, but not like right up against her throat or anything like that, but just like kind of in his hand. And he'll kind of nod to Karina and gesture to the gag for her to kind of start removing it.
That like a ceremonial knife? Oh wait, you're a bard. You might actually have crazy knives. What kind of knife does Dalton carry?
Dalton does. I think Jinx has like a nice ornate one, but Dalton's is probably more a just like a pretty standard.
This is like your knife for like cutting up meat when you have lunch and have like meat on it on the plate. Like a lot of people would just carry their knife like it's your eating utensil.
Yeah, it probably looks a bit more like a it's like it's forged as like a combat weapon. Um,
Okay, okay. So maybe a little bit more like a stiletto, something that's like a pretty fearsome knife.
yeah, but nothing like fancy or ornate or anything like that.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Actually, maybe more even
No,
like almost like a throwing knife kind of look to it.
that was purely what I was trying to get to is what kind of knife do you want to carry? I like the idea that you got a throwing knife. Um, it's not specifically like meant to be like the actual throwing knife. It might be something that's not weighted for throwing, but it looks like that style. It's basically, like a very simple design. It does what it needs to do. But pretty solid knife to be threatened with. You guys have her attention. You kind of have this moment of like, um, you know, she's almost like shrugging her shoulders, "Ah," and just like not able to talk as she just kind of mimics you, like pulls at the bindings again, like loosening them like a little bit, like just pulling, making noise, not like making like screams noise, but now is making noise like, "Ah, ah, ah."
Yeah, so Dalton will kind of he'll hold a finger to his lips like one moment, and then uh, um he'll wait for Karina to remove the gag. And at this point, he'll take the dagger and he's going to hold it kind of um, just like a kind of against the. Well, I don't know. She robed or like he was thinking. I was thinking like essentially against like the kind of her thigh area, but um,
Gotcha. You can go for the femoral artery.
yeah,
Do you want to
that's
do a
exactly
medicine
what I was
check?
thinking.
Do you actually know where it is? Show me a medicine.
Yeah, Dalton probably does not. There's no reason for him to know specifically.
Oh, roll it though.
All right, 15.
I don't remember how it's like said specifically, but one of the coolest things to me about Ulysses in that like age of heroes, like from Greek heroes, was that Ulysses was pierced through his femoral artery when he was on a boar hunt and he survived. That was a very regular way to get killed in those ages was like femoral artery wounds. Femoral arteries is definitely something that a lot of people knew a lot about without knowing like what it meant that it was an artery, but they knew that if you put a knife through there you can kill somebody. Maybe Dalton was in a gambling hall and saw like a Vi assassin, you wouldn't have known it was Vi, but now you could be like, oh, that was a fucking Vi, you know, just puts a knife right through somebody's thigh and all of a sudden this person dies. Like it's not even that like crazy big of a wound. And that's kind of what I was getting at. It's like you can have that level of recollection of when or why for whatever reason, but you definitely know that there's that point that it's one quick little instant and you're dying.
Yeah, maybe he even like saw somebody else threaten the same way and just saw the utter look of terror and didn't really know why. It was like, I could use that if I in the future at some point. Yeah.
I'd say it should be probably firsthand in the level of like recognizing how dangerous it is.
Yeah, but so essentially, yeah, he holds the kind of the knife there and kind of like quiet, and then um asks for Karina to remove the gag, so that so she then have her mouth free, and then he wants to kind of wait and see like if she's going to actually scream or if he's managed to kind of cow her into being quiet for now.
Gotcha. So as soon as you kind of like threaten her, Karina goes to remove the gag. She's not like in full like thrashing panicking. There's definitely been a change since the moment you started to speak to her. That already kind of like calmed her a great deal. But as soon as you kind of take the gag off, she's like, I don't know anything. I don't know why you took me. I'm a good person. I'm not I don't know what if please just release me. Can you take these off? And she's like pulling at her hands, like, maybe behind her back, where if you tied them up, like trying to like show you like she's still wrapped up. And I don't know what you're looking for. I really don't know anything important. I just, I don't know. I don't know. Can you ask me the questions? And now she's like in this like a mile a minute, like lost saying, I don't know. Like, ask me the questions. Like, what do you want? I don't know. But that's kind of like where she's at. She's like frozen in this moment, still clearly like out of her mind kind of situation. But what are you thinking, Gail Dalton? She's got your attention, or you've got her attention. She's got your attention.
Yeah, so Dalton is going to again. He's going to try to be like kind of calm down, answer your questions. Not going to hurt you. You'll be on your way momentarily. Um, as to why we took you, you came from that temple. Um, I have questions about the order, about Helmut, and don't say you don't know anything. I don't believe you.
Mm, Okay. You can definitely ask me questions. I'm definitely a member of the church. I don't know Helmuth personally, but I hear he's a great guy. I don't know what he could have done. But again, I'm just still just kind of like wide eyed. She still kind of continues with like the I don't knows. They're like a little bit quieter of whispers.
Let's start with something simple. How long have you been a member of the temple, and uh, how many members are there?
I think I've been there for 11 months, maybe 10 months. I started to hear um there's maybe probably 15, maybe 30 or so of us who come at any given night. A few, five, 6 of us who stay there. Um, we stay during days.
And how often does Helmuth leave the temple? He has rooms there, or no? Does he come from somewhere else?
Temple keeps Oh, I'm pretty sure he has a room, but I don't think he stays here. But yeah, I think he has like plenty of space here.
And he said about 30 or so of you coming in any particular night. Is that every night? Are there?
Most nights, there's definitely a lot of desire to use the telescope.
I just want to stop now and give Chris Gale. I don't want to monopolize the questioning. So
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to think how he would come in with the good guy routine here.
I mean, it's more important if you have any questions that you ask them. The good guy and bad cop, like routine, play off in the roles more than that you guys have to role play them. If you have questions, you are certainly like welcome, and I invite you to role play it as a good cop. But in the long run, you've already done that. Like that's what the role was for.
Okay. Yeah, I think Gail would you get into her and like feel the vision as well and just ask. Uh, well, have helmets seemed different in the last couple of months? Usual?
I don't. I don't know Helmet all that much to know if one way's changed or not. Um, I don't even think I don't even think I saw him for the first 4 or 5 months that I was with the church.
in your 10, 11 months here, what parts of the temple, aside from the observatory, have you seen? If he wanted you to draw some map, for instance.
I think I've been through the whole building. I could take you anywhere. There's obviously like no reason for you to be in Helmet's offices. But yeah, like again, like I didn't like throw up this map because it's not terribly important, but you guys have been through this place. You have a pretty solid sense that there's like effectively like almost like psychologist office is like the northern chamber of Helmet's chambers. His actual bedroom is like that central one. And then the high priest office is to the south there. Obviously, there's no reason for you guys to know there's a secret door there. But that's neither here nor there. But she can draw like the rest or describe the rest of the rooms. That there's a bunch of storage, meditation rooms, few different bedrooms. And again, she kind of brings up like the bedrooms, like I've been, you could go there, but if you went there, it would be just as weird as going into Helmet's office because you don't belong there. But we don't really keep things secret. Like everything is for everyone. Like you are welcome to our library. You don't have to threaten me.
And what has Helmut and the other priests been saying about the marked children past few weeks? What's he mentioned about them?
The marked children. Oh, those children that they talked about when the comet flew over. I huh. I forgot about all those, and then all of a sudden they were out of the news. Nobody was talking about it again. A lot of kids were killed. Um, the Watchers, guys, I don't think we've talked about that really. I don't. I mean, we talked about the comet, and people did all that stuff, but it's not. It's not part of what we teach. We just watch the skies. We don't pose to know the answers. We're just watchers who shepherd different ideas. There's no given set for any of us. We don't tell you what to see. It's to see if you see. That's why you're all welcome. You can come and see. We are always looking for more. Anybody could see the next vision.
So Dalton, he's gonna kind of like furrow his brow, but he's not sure if he, believes her. But she's, kind of, he's having difficulty also, kind of, because he remembers like the first time he went in, um, it wasn't that different from what she was saying. Like we were allowed, we went in, we used the observatory. I think we were invited to like some of the rooms, so he's wondering if um, maybe this was overkill, kind of kidnapping her. So he's gonna kind of look towards Gale and Karina, and kind of like a kind of uncertain expression on his face.
Yeah, I think Gale will actually go and, well, Helmut seemed certainly sure about what the children were and what to do with them, seeing as he tried to kill an unborn child in its mother's womb before we even knew if there was a mark.
She looks up at you, kind of like with like doe eyes. Tried? He failed? Was the child marked? Has the child been born?
Oh yeah, he's gonna, yeah, the child, he's gonna challenge a bit there. Yeah, the child has been born and he's gonna lie and then no mark. He was so sure, but
Make
there was nothing there.
make a deception check for me. I want to see it with disadvantage because I want to see both. Your like normal roll, and then if it takes disadvantage.
5 and a 10.
So she looks at you, and as you say, but the child wasn't marked, so he was wrong. And you're kind of doing this in that like good cop tone of like, you know, good people don't go around trying to kill pregnant women before they give birth because a child's marked. And then she kind of like looks at you, kind of asking those the child like I can't remember the word I repeated, but it basically said like he failed, and then the child was born. And when you go to lie about it, she's like, but he was marked, so he was right. He saw that the child was marked, and how he interpreted it was something else.
So you agreed with his actions then?
Oh no. I don't know it. I don't know about. I can see that he knows the child was marked, and she's like looking back at like Gail's eyes. Like I can see that he knows the child was marked. I don't agree. I didn't know about it. I'm just saying the stars tell us what we need to see. And if Helmut saw that, he would have acted on it. But that's how he interpreted it. It doesn't mean that everybody's going to see that. Most people won't see the marks, let alone have a reason to act on it that tells them that it's good or bad. But to see, that's why we watch. You're welcome to watch with us. Everyone's welcome because we want more people to see.
Dalton's gonna like shake his head. He's all this kind of like divination talk. He can't, especially now that he's seen the child, gone and seen Fawn and the child, and he's thinking like, she's not making excuses exactly, but he's like, all this kind of like, oh, just we're neutral, we see what you want to see. So he's not Dalton's kind of like shaking his head a little disgustedly. That's kind of the thoughts going through his mind. But he's going to look to Gale because Gale has more firsthand experience with Helmet than Dalton does. So maybe at this point, kind of he's going to give Gale the
Do
kind of
you
let him.
use any divination magic on Dalton? Just like school wise.
I don't think so. Let me just double check. I don't think I have any divination
Gotcha.
spell.
I would say it could almost be a solid like sensation that like even the use of divination magic like just kind of feels like a spider crawling over you kind of feeling. It just has like a creepy kind of feel as you even like near kind of divination magic.
Yeah, well,
Um,
because Dalton's also like he's like all for kind of living in the moment and doing what you want, and he like in his mind he's equating divination with things are set one way and this is how it's going to happen and you can't do anything to change it. So like,
Precisely. And that's like why it feels so creepy to you. Is like it feels like you don't get to live it. And all of a sudden all of your choices, you like recognize how like deathly neutral it is to say that your choices don't matter. That there's a destination and you don't care. Like you can see this person's, or at least I hope you guys recognize, like this person believes the same thing as Helmet, just understands that there are different ways to interpret things. But that's precisely why it should be creepy as fuck to Dalton and why it's like so dangerous to live outside of your choice is to just think like it doesn't matter that they're about to kill babies. Like that didn't even like sink into her face at all. She moved past that without any doubt. You know what I mean? Like she went immediately to, I can see that the kid is still alive and it is marked. She didn't say, "Oh my god, that's horrible. I can't believe he would attack a baby." She said, "I can see that the child wasn't marked." And like you see like the exact reason why like this kind of imagery is dangerous. They're neutral. Um but yeah, if you throw it over to Gail, like do you have any further thoughts with this person?
yeah, so I just have to. I'm still listening. I just have to step away for 1 minute.
I'm trying to think if there is anything else I want to ask, but I'm thinking like either she like doesn't know or she's just like really well into the cult.
Well, how about this for right now? I would say you don't necessarily have a solid this way or that, but you're definitely at a phase where it's like she doesn't know. Perhaps you're both approaching this from two completely different directions that you can't see each other yet. Like you're asking the wrong questions than what she's answering, or she's like trying to fight you. I feel like you kind of have all three things still kind of there as your potential. It's just one of those things where, from her description, the danger of this group might simply be their neutrality. But if you guys have any information, I'm trying, like, she's been forthcoming. I'm trying to be forthcoming with information. So, is there anything else that you would ask from somebody who you felt like you were getting everything that you asked of them?
Yeah, I think Gale like probably a sit down in front of her. Yes. When you see things, uh, the acolytes, the priests, watchers, who makes sure that the interpretation is right, or is that just up to anyone?
Well, what does right mean with a lot of interpretations? There's no right until time passes and we confirm. So even then, it's not right, it's confirmed. But I think you're like, just because Helmet's the head of the organization doesn't mean his understanding is better than another. There's many different people who excel at what they do, and an expert is an expert, but it doesn't make anybody else less of an expert.
I'm
So
sorry.
so my general kind of point of how she responds is like she's not told to like understand what Helmet says is right. No person above her can tell her what to see. We all see what we see. But like, am I answering your question satisfactory?
Yeah, I think so. I was just gonna ask her one more thing, like, but say I see something, your temple, I see something about the future. I predict that, I interpret it, and it doesn't come true. What happens then?
Well, usually nothing but whatever didn't come true happening. Um, we don't generally act on necessarily what we see. We understand and try to observe reality because without the observer, it stops to exist because nobody's, you have to watch until then it's just potential. It's kind of complicated, and I'm getting into the pamphlets now. Kind of difficult to take in, but somebody has to be there to see. So we're making ourselves by watching. We just know, and then often it's the best of us who just come to terms with watching it happen. You should really come and watch with us sometime. I was just coming out here before you stopped me. I was just thinking about grabbing a little bit of cheese and some bread before tonight. You're welcome to. And have you guys caught her fully free yet?
Not yet. I don't think. Nope. Just
So
the
yeah,
the
she'll just
mood.
hold her hands up again, still tied up. Like, you guys could release me and just come on to watch the skies tonight, because we do it every night, and everybody's welcome all the time.
So Dalton is going to kind of he'll stand up. He's going to kind of like take Gale off like maybe a couple feet to the side and just kind of like quietly ask him like, what do you think? Taking up on the offer, or not sure we're gonna get any much more use out of her.
Honestly, I'm kind of curious to see how it all works. Kind of curious as well to see how someone uh, like Helmet, like they're supposed to be watchers. What drove him to take action when they are supposed to watch, observe? I mean, I get it. He sees the children.
Roll an
Oh,
intelligence. No, roll a wisdom check for me, Gail.
13.
when you say that to Dalton, like what um damn it, I forgot how you said it. To pique my interest. What makes somebody do that?
Yeah, basically, what drove someone who's supposed to just be like an outside observer to take
Yeah,
action?
yeah. Excellent. What drives him to take action? Somebody who's supposed to be an observer, and you're like looking at like a 24-year-old girl, helmet's an old man, 24-year-old girl, old man, youth, old age, and it connects the dot to you. Whatever Helmet's doing, he's doing it of his own volition, but this is kind of like the draw of humans. Because, right, you're a half elf, right?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, but you're like still super young for an elf. But yeah, you definitely kind of like make a connection. This is like what humans do, and part of why it's so dangerous for the elvish folk to interact with them is that like mortality has a horrific kind of like way it changes people. Some people are great and they get better when they're older. Some people are good and they get horribly deranged when they're older. This is just kind of one of those things. There's probably like some elvish word specifically to just say like, grumpy old man kind of syndrome. Um, but like curmudgeon, I feel like is one of those solid words that like it's that kind of feeling as you're like looking at this person you're interrogating, and talking to Dalton about it. My bad.
Perhaps he's simply grown tired of only watching, wants to tip the scales. And I feel like we had done so, like after the first time we spoke, and we might have done some research, or suspected that there might be some like personal motive as well with Helmet. Um, I don't think we ever uncovered what that might be, but I feel like at least Dalton might have suspected that one of these marked children might have been, Helmet, um, either knew personally, like knew the mother personally or something. Um,
Were you here though when you guys found out that he fathered the child with Fawn? Like they were having a fling, like they were lovers, and this is his child from Midsummer.
oh, okay. I think that was the suspicion. I don't know if I was here when if they found that out for
Or maybe
sure. I don't.
gotcha. It might have been the summer equinox, but basically, he was you guys might basically have already figured out that they conceived a child on the equinox probably because he was playing with fire, and it's definitely one of those things where he potentially was trying to kill the child once he realized what dangerous things he might have done by basically like, might have been a guy who had the recipe for making a marked child, and it was like, oh, children conceived on this equinox are marked with this power. You know what I mean? It was kind of one of those situations where you kind of recognize he is the father, and you guys found out that the child was conceived on a magical night.
Right. Right. Okay.
But it's been weird because this quest more than any other has been like a part of like multiple different groups. So there's definitely levels of like not everybody in the guild effectively knows all of the stories that could have been shared, as you guys now know.
Yeah. 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 So Dalton's starting to think like, maybe we need to start thinking about, um, and not saying that I'm just me thinking out loud. This Dalton's not saying this out loud yet, but like essentially we need to maybe plan to assassinate Helmet because he's probably not going to stop. But to Gale, he'll say, oh, perhaps we should just uh, take this one up on our offer and go in and see what's what. don't think we're going to get anything else out of her, so suppose I should let her go unless you have any other questions or have some other thoughts as to what we should do with her.
I think we gotten what we can out of her. I think we can just set her free.
So Dalton's going to nod. He'll move back towards Sister Francis. Although now that I mentioned that, I don't think we ever actually asked her name. So Dalton is going to he's going to actually ask what her name is, and kind of as he's after he's it's like just by the way, what is your name? And then he's going to I'm going to let you go.
All right, so I felt like I said her name before I wrote anything down. But if you don't know her name, maybe I didn't, so that makes me a little bit happier.
Well, I think you called her Sister Francis, but I don't think like we ever actually like learned
Yeah,
that
I
by
just mean
speaking.
I felt like I used the first name. I remember saying Sister Francis now, so I'm glad you gave me that part at least, because it was definitely that moment where I was like, "Shit, I feel like I said something." But yeah, she'll basically, you know, Sister Mirna, uh, I don't know anything. You are welcome to come to service tonight. Everybody's welcome. Just release me, and I know nothing. We can go to the service.
You know nothing, and you'll not speak of this, of course.
Of what?
And Dalton like go to open his mouth and then shut it again, and kind of give a little kind of like nod, and
Oh, of you
then
guys kidnapping me. No, I'm not going to speak of that at all.
it would be unfortunate if you did. But he is going to go start to kind of finish releasing her, finish untying the knots.
Gotcha. So you like take the rope off of her, and you see that the first thing she does when you like release her hands from being like stuck together in like this praying position is she grasps her hands like in that position of like prayer, like one fist inside of the other, and like kind of bows low to you, like, "Thank you very much for releasing me. I really have no intention of remembering anything. We are all welcome. We all have to appreciate what we see from above. This would be a significant time in my life had I seen it beforehand, but it's not significant. So I knew I had nothing to worry about. But thank you. Come, let's go watch. Let's see what we can see. Do you like cheese?
Right, you said you were going to buy cheese and
Bread. I just
yeah.
can we go get cheese and bread, or do you want to go to the chapel right now?
Now we can go get cheese and let me pay for it as an apology.
Gotcha. So you guys can immediately kind of like start walking off. And she's gonna very quickly start talking about like the different cheeses, and the different like bakers. Far more passionate about her cheese than she is about her bread, but she's definitely also passionate about her bread, as she is about the skies above. But yeah, if you guys kind of like walk off with her, she's just gonna walk you to the nearest like corner where there's just a little cart that has like different pastries on it. And she gets like a few loaves of bread that are none too like delightful looking, but basically just like common, um, like mess up like type of bread that the cart person like had set aside for her. Um, and then another one doing kind of the same thing with cheese. None of it looks like especially like perfect circles or anything. It's almost like off casts kind of things. But you guys basically just walk with her, head back to the chapel. a lot of mundane conversation along the way. So I don't know if I'm losing you guys because it's getting late here, but I kind of wanted to wrap this up basically as you guys kind of are like preparing to like walk back in. You're just kind of like walking back in, chatting about the day, or like about whatever mundane things about what you might see in the sky tonight, what it means to kind of like watch for stuff, and the way she describes like the feeling that you get. There's just going to be kind of a point where she like stops and she like deadpan pauses like in the middle of the street right outside of the actual chapel. You guys are like right about to get back to the Watcher of the Skies observatory, and she just stops like midway through putting a piece of cheese and bread into her mouth, and she's just holding still.
So Dalton's gonna like. Is she looking like he's gonna? I guess is she looking in a particular direction?
Same direction you guys have been walking. If you just watch and travel like where her eyes are pointed, roll a perception for me real quick to just like track her eye like sight.
Yep, that's kind of what I was getting at. Ooh, but that's a 5.
Just looks like she's still like looking forward at where she was going. It
So
doesn't seem
Dalton's
odd.
gonna like kind of tap her gently on the shoulder. He's still kind of a little leery of her, but he's like, "What? What is it? What do you see?"
I, I I I don't see anything, and maybe now I see everything. I think I know who you guys are talking about, who I know that I don't know you guys are talking about. I think I know who they are. I think Helmet is also a Republican leader, and he's trying to overthrow the Emperor. And like this is the first time she like moves more than like just her lips, as she just kind of like looks around her as she like says the Emperor and realizes like that last sentence was a really, really dangerous sentence to say out loud. And we're gonna stop there.
So sorry, just to clarify on that. So did she say that and then she stopped, or did she stop and then when like Dalton asked like what did she see, then she spoke it?
When she stopped, she was silent. It wasn't until you prodded her that she started to describe the thought that basically froze her.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But it was her basically recalling, and you guys vaguely knew this. I think you've kind of come across it in one conversation. But Helmet also heads a kind of Republican, um, it's like a council, almost like a group, in this like setting where there's like actual chaos cults. It feels weird to say like a cult, but it's one of those things where it gets very quickly kind of subtle. Like, is a room of like congressmen different than a small cult in a place where they don't like fit in? I don't know. But you guys kind of have come across this, and we're going to end with her basically making that connection, that like a Republican leader that's in the news kind of thing, um, a kind of free thinking follower of the stars and what you can read from nature around you. They kind of have a lot of the same ideals, and kind of the crazy way that he might think about that child seems very similar to like how they might think about like the existing order of things.
Okay. Okay.
But I'm going to kind of leave it up here because we can potentially pick back up with the decision to still go into the observatory, um, or perhaps to at a later date approach things in a different way. Um,
Right. Well, because if I remember too, Kalimtas has Republican leanings, right? I think that
He is
was
indeed. That is part of what the Twin Star Marauders are, is his venture to like increase the quality of life of people in the lowest places. And it's a very like heart of his like belief. Like he's wealthy and does next to nothing, but he spends all of his time and whatever money it costs in that effort to make people's lives better so they're active in their community. It is a heavily Republican, like kind of like leaning that he has for that reason.